Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the 17th World Policy Conference. We are set to begin our morning sessions. We ask that you would please find your seat in the plenary ballroom. We are ready to begin. Thank you very much.
We cannot miss our seat.
No, we can't miss the seat.
You used to be the president.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Thierry Martin. I'm a TV news anchor based in Berlin, and I'm delighted to be back here in Abu Dhabi for the World Policy Conference. Welcome to this session on the future of Europe. The full title of our session is The Future of Europe After the Ukraine War and Trump's Election. Well, Trump, of course, has been re-elected, and with all likelihood, he will become president for the second time in January. On January 20th, he's due to be inaugurated. But we need to remind ourselves that the Ukraine war is very much still ongoing, right? There are massive casualties there every day, and nobody really knows how or when it's going to end. We need to be very clear about that. Yesterday, Ukraine reported being hit by over 90 missiles, around 200 drones. It was attacked again overnight, most of that targeting the country's energy infrastructure, with the temperatures dropping below zero. So we're not really after the Ukraine war, and it's a bit premature to talk about it. We will be talking about how that might play out. There is a lot of speculation, of course, in the context of Trump having just been re-elected, because he, of course, says he's going to end it very quickly. In any case, we're gathered here at a pivotal moment in Europe's history. The war in Ukraine has shaken the foundations of Europe's security and redefined the continent's relationships with its neighbors and its allies. Meanwhile, the return of Trump as US president signals a potential recalibration of transatlantic relations with ripple effects across trade relations, defense, and climate cooperation, things we've been talking about here already. Now, Europe faces several pressing challenges. I'm just going to mention three, and then we'll get things going. Number one, I would say, is security. The war in Ukraine has underscored the vital importance of NATO while raising questions about Europe's strategic autonomy. Number two, economic realignment. There's a lot on that yesterday, fascinating discussions. Sanctions, energy diversification, global trade tensions demand a rethinking of Europe's economic strategies. And we got challenges surrounding unity and leadership in Europe as well. That's no secret. The world is growing more polarized. Europe must find a way of navigating its internal divisions if it hopes to retain credibility as a global actor. Now, these are some of the issues we'll explore this morning with a distinguished panel of experts. Each of them brings unique insights into Europe's challenges and opportunities. It's my great pleasure to introduce them now. Starting here, and I'll be jumping around a bit, Jan Cotalem, I hope I'm getting this roughly right. He's the co-founder of the neuro-powered media company Glassview and a board member of the Paris School of Economics. He's also president of Club Praxis, and in that role he has worked to leverage big data to rethink Europe's tax and welfare systems. Jan is the author of Capitalism Against Inequalities, offering transformative ideas for policymaking. I think it just came out last year. Zaki Laidi, two down there, you can see him, was no stranger to the World Policy Conference. He was, until very recently, just last week, I believe, a personal advisor to the EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security. He's been a professor at Sciences Po for over 2 decades now and has advised French prime ministers and EU officials on global trade, politics, and Europe's strategic positioning. And he's the founder of something called Telos. 2 down from me, Vuk Jeremic is the president of the Center of International Relations and Sustainable Development, a former Serbian Minister of Foreign Affairs. He's also served as the president of the 67th UN General Assembly, where he played a key role in advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Vuk is a professor at Sciences Po and editor-in-chief of Horizons magazine. Norbert Röntgens, second from the end down there, is a senior member of the German Bundestag and a veteran of German foreign policy, having chaired the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Bundestag. He still sits on that committee. He's a former federal minister for the environment. I'm not sure you remember me being with you in Copenhagen at the COP in a background talk many years ago. I recall Norbert has been instrumental in shaping Germany's approach to sustainability, transatlantic relations, and European unity. And his party may very well end up leading Germany again come February. The polls point to that. In any case, Hubert Védrine, down at the end, is the founder of Hubert Védrine Conseil and France's former Minister of Foreign Affairs. He's played a key role in shaping France's geopolitical strategy and has contributed to reflections on NATO's future as part of the NATO 2030 group. So, we have an extraordinary concentration of expertise on topics hugely relevant to Europe's future, and we're going to hear about that. Each panelist will deliver some opening remarks at the beginning. Following that, I will pose a question or two to each panelist, and then we'll open the floor to questions from all of you. So be thinking about questions as we go along. So let's have our opening statements. We've agreed on 6-7 minutes each. Of course, they don't have to use all that time. Discussion is much more fun. We'll start here with Jan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, Thierry. I've been an economist. I'll start with the economy, if you may. It is now widely accepted that Europe cannot retain its prosperity, its standard of living, and its influence on the world if it cannot fix its economy, right? Now, what do we do about it? Well, it seems like an almost impossible task. So maybe in order to propose concrete solutions, I will highlight just one key diagnosis of the Draghi report that has been mostly overlooked. And first, what is the main takeaway of the Draghi report? Well, it is that the European economic performance is lagging the US. And you can see on this graph, the US had an extraordinary run in the last 10 years. You have a group of countries in the middle, and you have countries like France, Italy, Canada, that have gone nowhere in the last 10 years, that have remained essentially flat. So that's a problem. The second takeaway, which I think is even more important, is that most of the gap between the US and Europe comes from actually the technology sector. I think that's something we need to be very well aware of. And that's kind of becomes clearer when you look at this graph, which looks at the level of investment in research and development.
C'est pour moi, ça?
And if you look at traditional industries outside the tech sector, you see the numbers are comparable, right, on both sides. If you look at public investments, the numbers are also comparable, at least on a relative value. But the big difference is for the tech, high-tech sector, where the US dominates by a factor of 5 to 6. And that's a big takeaway, right? So what is so special about tech? Well, it's the fact that you fail all the time, right? You fail all the time in an industry that changes at a fast pace as well. So imagine yourself, you're a runner, right? You have to go very fast because you have competition, but there are so many obstacles, you fall every few meters as well. What's the solution? The only solution is to get back quickly on your feet. And unfortunately for European companies, that's not something you can do right now. Let me take a very concrete example. If you look at Meta 2 years ago, right? Meta changed their name from Facebook to Meta because of the metaverse. Well, they realized 2 years ago that the metaverse was not going anywhere. So what did they do? They fired 20,000 people, about a quarter of their staff. They rehired in a few months thousands of engineers with a more AI profile, and then invested tens of billions of dollars in physical capital, all the AI equipment that you need. So in terms of duration, it was executed in a few months, and in terms of cost, it was also a few months of the total compensation of the workers that were laid off, right? So big agility here. If you contrast that with the European situation, so take the big tech companies, SAP, Nokia, Ericsson, they announced about the same time significant restructurations, but at the same time they announced accounting provisions over several years, right? So you see a few months on one side, a few years on the other side, you have an order of magnitude difference. And then when you value a company, you're an investor and you value a company, well, obviously the same project that is profitable in the US becomes non-profitable in Europe because of these restructuring costs, right? Oops, sorry. So the conclusion at this stage that employment protection laws choke the profitability of high-risk projects that, again, fail very often. So Mario Draghi says exactly that in his report, and I quote, and you have it here. EU companies face higher restructuring costs compared to their US peers, which places them in a position of huge disadvantage in highly innovative sectors characterized by the winner takes most dynamics. So as a consequence of all that, what do European companies do? Well, they avoid disruptive innovation, right? They avoid to be near the technology frontier. And you see what you see on the screen, which is that, and it's very striking, if you compare the US and Europe, you see that in the US, companies essentially invest in high-tech R&D, when in Europe you invest mostly in old-style industries, right? And that's a very striking difference. Now, even more shocking graph is the following, and I think it puts things in perspective very well. If you look at relatively young companies, less than 50 years, with companies of a significant size, more than $10 billion of market cap, here's what you get, right? High-tech in green, so the big rounds on the US side are what we call the Magnificent Seven. And then you have Europe, which is so little, and Asia actually would be much bigger, right? So that's really striking. So what do we do about it? Well, what we discussed with Draghi, and we are proposing to national governments and the European Commission, is that let's not necessarily copy the US style of employment protection, but let's use the best practice in Europe, and that would be something like Switzerland or Denmark. So we think in particular, if you could adopt the Danish flexicurity, but maybe limited to the top 5 or 10% of employees, the kind of area where you're going to hire your highly qualified engineers, then you're in business. And it's almost a win-win situation because the rest of the population is not going to go in the streets. In fact, they may be pleased with the idea that the privileged people are going to suffer a bit more. And at the same time, you give European companies more blood and the ability to really regain this agility I was talking about and the ability to really react in a few months and not in years, right? So that's the idea, and I'll stop here.
Jan, just to get us kind of back to where we started I'm wondering about the ideas that you just put forth there, and they are really interesting. I love that map that you showed up of blue and white with European versus US companies in terms of going from scratch to public. But I'm just wondering, getting back to our topic with Europe after the Ukraine war and Trump, how do you see Europe's competitiveness moving forward, particularly in the tech sector, being influenced by those two developments? Do you see any changes coming about, or is this going to be business as usual?
Well, it's going to make the European situation even more complex, right? Because budgets will be more restricted. So I think governments, as usual, will have to tackle several tasks at the same time, and it's very difficult. Cost of energy clearly is likely to remain high in Europe because of all these conflicts, all these tensions. And yeah, that's going to impact the business landscape big time, right? So hence the need to start structural reforms. Okay. And you can do that in any kind of context, right? War or not war.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, Europe's competitiveness will be, of course, influenced by both these developments and already has. So, okay, let's move on then. Zaki Laidi, would you like to begin?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I will start talking about the main issue, which is Ukraine. We were here 1 year ago with virtually the same panelists, including the anchorman. And I would like to just insist on what has changed and what has not changed since last year. So what has not changed is, from a European perspective, a strong alignment with Ukraine. We are the main provider of economic and military aid to Ukraine, and I insist on that point. We are the main provider of economic and military aid to Ukraine, ahead of the United States. So our contribution is huge, and it will certainly remain important. Second, there is no doubt that Russia will remain, for the EU, a major security threat for the next years. And all the assessment made by the military in Europe conclude that Russia will reinforce its military capacity, and therefore the Europeans have, of course, to avoid any kind of military confrontation with Russia. It would be irresponsible, but we need to deter Russia. And in order to deter Russia, we need to ramp up our military effort on a national basis, but we have to do it also collectively. We are now talking about reaching not simply the 2% target, but the 3% target. But this is not going to be enough if we do not start working seriously together. So there are a lot of discussions, a lot of projects on the table, very huge projects on the table in order to ramp up the military effort of the European Union. At the same time, we all know the obstacles on the way, including bilateral cooperative programs such as the French and the German programs, which are not in a very good shape. So this is what has not changed. What has changed is first the fact that we, of course, have to realize that Russia didn't collapse, that the regime in Russia has adapted itself to a war economy, in spite of the huge problem the Russian economy is facing. So we cannot underestimate those difficulties. They are huge, but at the same time, the Russians have been able to adapt, and the regime is not on the verge of a collapse. It has adapted itself to a war economy. I mean, there are very, very different ways. On the military front, we are facing what I call a sort of bloody stalemate. A bloody stalemate in the sense that the Russians are advancing in the Donetsk very slowly, but they are advancing, and they are advancing at a huge human cost. In October, Russia lost 1,500 soldiers during the month of October. It's the highest casualty since the beginning of the war, which means that the progression has a huge cost. But the Russians have a huge capacity to generate new forces. And if they lose between 1,000 or 1,500 soldiers a day, they are able to generate at least 25,000, 30,000 soldiers a month. Moreover, the Russian regime had been able to overcome the political obstacle created by a possible draft. And if you look at the composition of Russian forces in Ukraine, you see that 70% of the soldiers are engaged on the basis of contracts. They are contractors, people who have a contract. You have convicts, 12%, and you have only 7% of people who have been drafted, which means that the political pressure from the population on the regime is lower. Moreover, those who get money to go to war, their life expectancy is limited, around 3 weeks or so, but the families get the money. And there is a very interesting chart which shows the evolution of saving rates in Russia, but also in Tuva and in Buryata. And you see that the saving rates are skyrocketing in Buryata and Tuva, whereas on average, the saving rates in the rest of Russia is, increasing, but not that much. Which means that politically, the Russian regime had been able to adapt itself. on the military front, and I mean, I can develop this point, but very quickly, the Russians have been able, and this is something which is not mentioned a lot in the publication and in debate in the press. The Russians have acquired a formidable capacity to master the EW, electronic warfare.
Sorry, we need to wrap
Yeah.
up a little, so we can get everyone.
So,
yeah.
now, for us as Europeans, we all know, and everybody knows, to be frank, that there would be no military solution to the conflict in Ukraine. I think that everybody agrees with this. Now, we need to support the Ukrainians in order to face the Russians in a possible political negotiations. When I was with the High Representative in Kyiv 3 weeks ago, we discussed the different scenario. I would not enter into details, but of course we need to support the Ukrainians to face the possibility of a political negotiations.
Thank you very much. You were just in Ukraine, as you mentioned, just a couple of weeks ago. You sat down with Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. I presume Josep Borrell was also there with you at that meeting. Maybe just give us one anecdote from that meeting, very quickly, what you learned.
Well, I will not disclose the content, but what I can say is that he was very appreciative of the role of the European Union, and of course they are interested in. But this is on the public record. Joining very quickly NATO. I don't think it's going to happen. Their participation to the European Union is progressing quite well, but it doesn't mean that it's going to take place within 5 years. So very appreciative on the role of the EU in general and in detail.
Said like a true veteran diplomat. Very good. Uber Vetri.
I speak in French.
Okay. Go ahead, you can begin.
Non, mais j'attends que tout le monde soit branché. Alors, ma première remarque, c'est que depuis une trentaine d'années, je pense que dans les réunions où on raisonne de façon économique globale, la mondialisation, on n'a jamais rien vu venir en matière géopolitique. Donc l'approche économique globale est aveugle en matière géopolitique. Deuxième remarque très simple, je pense que les Européens, c'est vrai des Canadiens aussi, sont les plus mal préparés au choc Trump. Trump, c'est comme une sorte d'astéroïde qui s'écrase sur le continent européen et qui va peut-être faire disparaître les dinosaures européens, c'est pas sûr. Il y aurait peut-être l'autre hypothèse. Alors, le choc Trump, il faut distinguer les domaines dans lesquels les Européens vont devoir préserver leur unité. Donc en matière commerciale, en matière de lutte contre le protectionnisme, les traités sont clairs. La Commission a une vraie compétence, elle fait un très bon travail. Là, il s'agit de préserver l'unité, qui en théorie existe, même s'il y a des débats entre Mme von der Leyen et Mme Lagarde sur la bonne ligne. Bon. Mais naturellement, Trump va essayer de diviser les uns et les autres. Il va jouer les pays les uns contre les autres. Donc on verra. Et les domaines dans lesquels il n'y a pas d'unité européenne en matière de défense et de stratégie, ce sont les Européens qui ont demandé aux Américains, après la guerre, de les protéger. Dans la tête des Européens, ça n'a pas changé. Dans la commission sur l'avenir de l'OTAN que vous avez citée, dans laquelle le président Macron m'avait demandé de représenter la France À chaque réunion, l'ensemble des autres me demandaient d'arrêter de parler d'autonomie. Parce que l'autonomie voulait dire rupture, abandon. Bon, sans arrêt. Alors, et donc, là, on ne parle pas de l'Union européenne, on parle des Européens de l'Alliance. Et si Trump va au bout, on ne sait jamais avec Trump, on verra. Donc s'il va au bout de ses projets, de ses annonces, il y aura un débat très 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 compliqué entre l'Allemagne, la Pologne, la France, l'Italie, la Suède et la Grande-Bretagne. On n'est pas dans l'Union là, il s'agit des Européens de l'Alliance. Alors je sais bien que là, en Europe, il y a eu un choc, Poutine a beaucoup fait pour ça, il y a une prise de conscience. Il y a un commissaire pour la défense, mais c'est pour l'industrie de défense, ce n'est pas pour la décision stratégique. Donc c'est vrai que les esprits sont différents, au prix d'ailleurs d'une confusion, parce que dans les discours en Europe, on mélange totalement ce qui relève de l'Union, de l'OTAN, les niveaux nationaux, etc. Bref, dans le choc Trump, il y a la guerre commerciale. Là, on va voir si les Européens restent homogènes dans 6 mois, dans 1 an. Il y a la question écologique. Est-ce que les États-Unis vont devenir un pays voyou, un voyou écologique? Je pense qu'il faut maintenant utiliser ce terme. Le Moyen-Orient, en réalité, la seule vraie question, parce que Netanyahou a déjà les mains libres, en vrai, depuis le début. La seule question, c'est est-ce que Trump va l'encourager à attaquer plus l'Iran, ou le laisser faire? Et l'Ukraine, c'est plus compliqué, parce que s'il met en œuvre, plus compliqué pour les Européens, compliqué pour les Ukrainiens. Si Trump met en œuvre son projet, et qu'il gèle le conflit, il ne peut pas se permettre, même en étant Trump, de dire simplement « j'arrête le soutien à l'Ukraine ». Parce que sinon, il n'est plus capable de dissuader la Chine, ni qui que ce soit. Donc il est obligé d'imaginer quelque chose. Mais comme l'Amérique ne veut pas mettre l'Ukraine dans l'OTAN, Biden ne voulait pas, Trump encore moins, il va demander aux Européens de le faire. Sauf s'il y a une pression générale, tout le monde a dénoncé le nouveau Munich, il y aura 3000 articles pour dire ça. Est-ce qu'ils pourront obtenir de l'Amérique qu'elle s'engage quand même, plus directement? Mais il demandera aussi quelque chose aux Européens. Que vont décider les Européens sur l'entrée de l'Ukraine dans l'Union européenne? À ce moment-là, qu'est-ce qu'ont fait des autres candidats qui attendent depuis des années? Sinon, est-ce qu'on arrive à faire bouger les États-Unis sur l'entrée de l'Ukraine dans l'OTAN? Et qu'est-ce que ça veut dire en vrai en termes d'engagement, article 5? Ou alors, plus compliqué encore, l'Ukraine n'est pas dans l'OTAN, mais Trump dit c'est à vous, Européens, enfin les pays qui ont une armée, ou la dissuasion, d'assurer la garantie. Parce que la garantie de sécurité, ça veut dire dissuasion, ça veut dire menace en fait. Donc il n'y a pas de gel du conflit en Ukraine, s'il n'y a pas une menace sur Poutine, en disant on arrête, on va s'occuper des 2 tiers de l'Ukraine pour les développer, mais vous ne pouvez pas réattaquer. Donc dans tous ces cas, ça retombe dans les mains des Européens qui n'ont pas de position homogène avant, en dépit des efforts de la Commission, en dépit des efforts des responsables de la pêche, qu'il y a eu beaucoup de travail intellectuel, on va dire, depuis des années. Mais ça nous met devant des discussions, des questions énormes. Et je ne parle pas de la question de la compétitivité, parce que c'était très bien traité. On sait bien que la réponse serait le plan Draghi, ou l'État. Bon, mais là, ça nous renvoie à la situation dans chacun des pays. Donc voilà l'essentiel de ce que je voulais dire. J'ajoute une remarque qui est que dans le vote aux États-Unis, au nord de la conjoncture, Mme Harris n'était pas prête, et Trump est une véritable bête de scène. On va dire. Bon, il y a l'exfoliation conjoncturelle. Mais du côté du peuple américain, il y a une demande de coup d'arrêt à la mondialisation qui va trop loin. Et à mon avis, il y a une demande de coup d'arrêt au progressisme américain, qui existe depuis les années 60. Sinon, on ne peut pas comprendre le vote des latinos, par exemple. Trump a quasiment 48% du vote latino. Alors, quel est le rapport avec notre sujet? C'est qu'en Europe, puisqu'on s'est dit comment l'Europe va réagir, il y a des gouvernements de coalition à peu près partout, avec beaucoup de partis de gauche, dont la plupart d'entre eux ont abandonné le peuple. Quand le peuple est idiot, il ne comprend rien sur l'Europe, il ne comprend rien sur la mondialisation, etc., etc. Et le peuple, il veut maîtriser les flux migratoires et les élites sont contre. Donc le vote Trump, à mon avis, annonce une discussion difficile en Europe, dans les partis de gauche, chez les progressistes, sur quel est notre rapport à la majorité. Parce que ce sont des partis qui ont joué, pas uniquement les minorités, la partie radicalisée des minorités. Donc, alors le lien avec le sujet, c'est que ça peut contribuer à affaiblir beaucoup de gouvernements en Europe au moment où on a besoin, au contraire, qu'ils soient homogènes, solides, stratégiques, etc. Donc le résumé de ma pensée, c'est que le choc Trump peut achever de paralyser, désagréger l'Europe, en dépit des efforts impressionnants accomplis ces dernières années, que Zaki Laïdi rappelle régulièrement, il a raison, ou l'inverse. Ou l'inverse. Donc est-ce qu'en 2025, on va voir surgir, à travers la tension, c'est comme les... Vous savez, pour fondre les métaux, il faut des forges à très haute température. Est-ce que ça va créer quelque chose d'entièrement nouveau, auquel cas il faut y réfléchir tout de suite dans les domaines où ce n'est pas acquis à l'avance, c'est-à-dire sécurité, défense.
Very good. Thank you very much. I have many questions about what you just said, and I'm sure we can pick up on them as we proceed. But out of respect for time, I'm going to jump straight ahead to Vuk Jeremic.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be back at the World Policy Conference. I want to thank Thierry not just for this invitation, but also for all his support and guidance that I have enjoyed throughout these years. I'm out of politics. I've been in politics for about 20 years, but now I'm out of politics, and it's easier to talk, especially about issues of such delicacy and significance once you're out of political sphere. But I want to say that, I mean, at the beginning, this is a truly tragic war. And I say this from a perspective of someone from Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, who comes from a mixed background. I'm half Serbian, half Bosnian, and my wife is half Croatian, half Montenegrin. So we've lived as a family through various facets of tragedy related to the breakup of Yugoslavia, and there are many parallels that one can make to this particular conflict, and that's why I say it's exceptionally tragic. Human loss, but actually decades of scars that will be very, very difficult to heal is something that I have in mind. But Thierry said yesterday that this is reality as it is and reality as it should be communicated directly, that this is the logic of this conference. So I hope everybody will forgive me for saying how I view the reality without like any, or like too many gloves. This war is coming to an end. And this war is coming to an end, in my opinion, soon. I might not be right in a sense that it might not be terribly soon, right? So it could be a little later. It could be that the discussions between Mr. Trump and Mr. Putin and whoever else, I'm actually not aware of anybody else being at this point involved. I know that some messaging is currently going on between Moscow and Washington. I have not heard of anybody else being included in this circle. So it may not be soon, it may take another month or a year. In my opinion, it'd be tragic because the end will be the same. It'll be only just after another 100,000 people die. So I very much hope that it comes to an end sooner rather than later. Of course, for as long as it lasts, and if it, God forbids, escalate, I think it could not be the same. It could be much worse. It could be a catastrophe involving the weapons of mass destruction and whatnot. But let's hope we don't get there. Let's look at the gray rhino that is moving towards us. It's not a black swan, it's a gray rhino that is walking relatively slowly but steadily and inevitably towards us. And this is the inauguration of President Trump, and then President Trump acting decisively on what he had said was one of his priorities as he was running for president. Mr. McCarthy yesterday said President Trump was elected to secure the border, to get inflation under control, and to end wars. And he will deliver on it. If that's true, and I believe it is, then soon we are going to face the end of the war, or at least the end of the hostilities. Therefore, I'm worried when people talk about, whilst of course I do understand, ramping up defense spending and at the same time talking about how Russia transformed into a war economy. I just sincerely hope that Europe doesn't try to transform itself into a war economy, because that's, in my opinion, a recipe for disaster midterm, if not earlier. I really hope that there's going to be peace in 2025. And then one thing about the future of Ukraine, I think it is manifestly obvious that Ukraine is not going to be a member of NATO. Biden did not want it, as Mr. Ifri said, and Trump is not going to want that either. But there's EU. And I wholeheartedly hope that the European Union is not going to repeat the same mistake with Ukraine, the mistake that the EU did with regard to us in the Western Balkans. Because European Union is not going to be ever willing to accept Ukraine as a member, as a fully fledged member. And you know what? I have so many friends in Ukraine. I have so many friends in Georgia. I have some friends in Moldova as well. They genuinely believe that they're joining the European Union, and actually soon. So when you say very diplomatically, it's not going to be in the next 5 years. I understand the diplomatic language. I was involved in diplomacy. But I'm talking about the perception in the publics. I think it is extremely important that you set the expectations straight with them, so that a constructive relationship can be forged in the aftermath of this war. When I talk to my friends from Ukraine and Georgia, they say, oh, well, do you think that we're going to join by 2030? I said, no, I don't think it's realistic. I said, like, you know, guys, I think we in the Western Balkans, we're going to join before you. I said, oh, really? When is that going to be? And I say, never. And it's a semi-joke. Because, you know, guys, you know your European stuff better than I do. You know how the European Council works. You know how complicated things are. I just cannot foresee your taking in any new fully fledged members into the European Council before you change certain ways inside the European Union, decision-making rules and this and that. Like, are you going to give Serbia a veto in the European Council? I wouldn't bet my last dollar on it, right? I can recall some conversations with my European friends who were very upset about Hungary under certain, conditions. Serbia must be worse, by definition, right? So I think that a lot of emphasis, in my opinion, ought to be placed on the European political community that was launched with the great support of France and President Macron. I think that ought to be given more effort and more work than currently is, and to please set expectations straight. The new Commissioner Kallas said in her hearing, we are going to make sure that Ukraine wins this war. And von der Leyen said, Ukraine is going to be a member of the European Union. Neither of those two statements, in my opinion, have a very high likelihood of being materialized, of happening.
Okay.
So I hope that for the sake of future relations between Ukraine and Europe, there is a different diplomatic and political dynamics in that relationship.
Thank you very much. That was a clear statement there at the end. What all of you had to say is so utterly compelling and interesting. I'm so disinclined to stop you from talking, but we do need to make room for everyone. And we will conclude the opening remarks with Norbert Röttgen, and hopefully we will then have some time for discussion among ourselves, because I think there are points already on the table that need discussion among the panel, and we, of course, want to get some input from the audience. So, Norbert.
Yes, thank you. And I would like to make a few remarks and try to pick up some of the thoughts and remarks of our colleagues. So we are supposed to talk about the future of Europe and what has changed in February 22 is that the future of Europe, first and foremost, has become a security matter. Before that, we were talking about competitiveness and social inclusion and climate change. This all remains compelling and on the table, but now the future depends on security. What has changed last month, in November this year, is that European security, for the first time since December 1941, has become primarily a European matter. So the future of Europe and the future of European security now, all out of a sudden, depends on us Europeans. This is fundamentally new, and I think it's fair to say that the Europeans are not prepared for this revolutionary change in their responsibility for their own fate. However, we are now facing the situation. And I would share your slightly positive aspiration that if and when the Europeans are forced to adapt to a new reality, we have the ability to adapt to that. But we simply have to know that it's depending on us. So, what does this mean? This means that it's not only important that this war ends, but it's equally important how it ends. I agree that there will not be a military solution, but I'm absolutely convinced that any political solution and even the availability, achievability of a political solution has military preconditions. What is of paramount interest for us Europeans and the future perspective of security is that we see clearly our strategic goal to make this war a failure. Because if this war, the Russian-Putin war, were to be and turn out to be a success, even to some degree, if there were a reward for war, war would remain. This would be the lesson. Not only that would be drawn out of a successful war in Europe and beyond Europe, that the attempt to reintroduce war as an instrument of foreign policy in Europe in the 21st century succeeded. So our goal is to make this war a failure. To make this war a failure does not imply any notion of territory, but it implies the notion of sovereignty. So what we have to work on is to work for the provisions that Ukraine emerges as a sovereign country, as a viable state out of this war. This is absolutely important because Putin's intentions why he started the war have remained and will remain. This is his ambition, his historic mission to re-establish Russia as a European empire. He has never put up with the outcome of the Cold War. He wants to reverse history, and if Ukraine were not to emerge as a sovereign, viable country, the end of the war would quite likely turn out to be only a tactical halt, a tactical pause, to enable Putin to reorganize, to replenish his stockpiles, and then restart the war. So this is of paramount interest. The election of Trump means that we don't know how American foreign and Ukraine policy will evolve. I think this unpredictability as a pattern of his behavior is what we can take for sure, that we don't know anything really. However, we have to prepare for the future. And so we should take him by his words and should not expect America to deliver any military financial support to Ukraine. So we would have to jump in, we would have to substitute, and in a first period we would have to purchase weapons, produce weapons, purchase weapons. So this is a money question, how to provide for Ukrainian security, which is tantamount to European security. A failure of war in a military term would mean that we have to achieve a real stalemate and not the progressing of the Russian advances. If it turned out that Putin is not able to achieve anything through and by the method of war, this would be a frustrating of the efforts of Putin, and this is achievable, and we have to achieve it. So in the first period, we would have to spend money to purchase weapons, to purchase American weapons, and simultaneously, we as Europeans would be forced to develop a European scaling and dimension of our defense industries. We simply couldn't afford to preserve and continue our national defense industries with the main purpose of creating jobs. We would have to transfer and transform our national defense industries to serve the purpose to provide security instead of national jobs. So this is what we would be forced to do. However, it can be the case that we are surprised by Trump's attempt to, out of his desire for historic greatness, to strike, to cut a deal with Putin. Once he were to start this negotiation, he would certainly feel bound to achieve a result, because he would, of course, sell it at home as a big victory. So he's bound to a result, whereas Putin is free to continue to wage war. So Trump would be, from the start, in a weaker position to concede the outcome, in major elements of the outcome, to Russians and Putin's favor. So this is a major threat. I would consider this deal approach by Trump as the worst case scenario for the Europeans, because it would accelerate the process of adaptation for the Europeans, perhaps in a way that would be too quick to adapt, and then we could end up leaving with a deal between Putin and Trump that would be at the cost of Ukrainian security interests, which means at the cost of European security interests, leaving Ukraine as a security gray zone in Europe, and this determining the security situation for years, probably decades to come. So we are facing a very serious situation, and we should have speeded up much more quickly. However, we haven't really started with that, but we certainly have to do, are forced to do it, because there is no alternative. There is only one Europe, it's our Europe, and we have to provide for the future and security of our Europe.
Thank you very much. We only have about 19 minutes left for this entire session. I'm going to compress it very quickly. I'm going to only ask a couple of questions myself, and then I'm going to open the floor. I want to get some discussion going here on the stage. I see each of you kind of raising your fingers. You have points to make. So I'm just going to mention a couple of points that were made so far. I find it interesting. Metaphors are interesting. We think in metaphors as human beings. So we've got a couple of interesting metaphors on the table here now. One is the metaphor, we heard it from Uba of the asteroid that is coming our way, that is going to hit Europe in the form of Trump, and that Europe, together with Canada, are terribly unprepared for what is about to happen. We also have the metaphor of the rhino, which I like very much. I'm very fond of rhinos. But it wasn't entirely clear to me whether the rhino was Trump or Russia.
Deal.
Sorry?
The deal is the
The
rhino.
deal.
The deal that is the rhino.
In any case, those are two things to keep in mind. I was intrigued by the comment that you made, Norbert, regarding the need for Russia to fail, basically, for this to be a failure for Russia. Russia cannot be allowed to succeed. I want to talk about that, I want to get your reflections on that notion in the context of Trump's promise to end the war very quickly. You know, he's going into office with ending the war being one of his...
On day one.
On day one,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, we can kind of dial back some of the bombast, but he will certainly be putting, that'll be one of his main priorities. So many are wondering how that's going to happen, and if the notion that territory is not the most important thing, that sovereignty is the most important thing, I find that very interesting. I'm not sure how those things fit together, but I want to get a response from Vadrine, because he had you have lots of interesting things to say about this whole question of defense and whether Europe is going to be ready to actually do what it needs to do to stand up for its defense, and that is being put into question. The question that I'm wondering about is how is Trump going to end that war so quickly, and if Europe is going to be forced to give Ukraine the security guarantees because the US is simply not going to do it, it's going to be too preoccupied with Asia, let's say. How is that going to happen? Who wishes to reflect on that? Okay, Zaki, we can start with you. Just briefly, but please, we only have 60 minutes. Let's try to keep it quick.
There is a kind of fascination in Europe vis-à-vis Trump, and we tend to think that he will achieve what he said he will achieve. But let's look at what he achieved during his first mandate, even as someone who's trying to make deals. And virtually, he was not terribly successful as a deal maker. I just remind to this audience that during the Trump administration, the number of American soldiers in Europe has increased during his mandate. It has increased. And I agree with you. The fact that he claims that he's going to find a solution is something. The other thing is how he will do it. And he has to be very cautious, because if he invests politically a lot on Ukraine from the beginning, and if he doesn't achieve his goals, it would be a failure. Third, you have what in the United States, what you call the establishment. The establishment. And the establishment plays a role, including the Pentagon. I mean, he can bypass the Pentagon, but that's not so easy. During his first mandate, he wanted to withdraw American troops in Syria, and he was prevented doing it by the Pentagon. So we need to be cautious. What is sure is that he's not going to vote a new supplemental. But I think that the Biden administration was not going to do it anyway. So I don't think that the difference is going to be huge. We need to be cautious.
Okay. Upheavals.
Alors, deux remarques. D'abord, je pense que Trump va essayer de geler, qui va donc être obligé de dissuader en même temps, sinon il s'affaiblit trop. Et moi, je n'écarte pas l'hypothèse qu'il promette à Poutine la levée des sanctions. C'est dans sa nature, en fait. Et donc, ça placerait les Européens dans une situation extrêmement difficile à gérer, parmi d'autres. Alors, je redis, comme tout à l'heure, que le point le plus compliqué entre nous, c'est si Trump, il ne peut pas sortir de l'OTAN, mais enfin, il peut donner très peu de garanties américaines, et qu'il dit c'est aux Européens de donner les garanties. Et là, on retombe dans une confusion entre qu'est-ce qui est européen, qu'est-ce qui est OTAN. Et il n'y a pas de structure des alliés européens de l'OTAN. On serait peut-être obligé d'inventer le pôle européen dans l'Alliance Atlantique. Et là, on tombera sur des questions qu'on n'a jamais traitées avant, parce que la question ne se posait pas. C'est qui décide? Qui décide? On n'est pas simplement dans l'industrie d'armement. On n'est pas simplement dans les déclarations. On est dans la guerre et la paix. Donc il faut des décisions politiques d'une légitimité totale. Et on aurait intérêt à réfléchir à ça. On risque, dans la deuxième remarque très rapide, je pense qu'on ne devrait pas oublier une structure qui a été réinventée par Draghi, l'État, Macron et Scholz, qui est la communauté politique européenne. Je sais que personne n'y croit pour le moment, que ça paraît secondaire, les médias s'en occupent pas, mais c'est le seul rendez-vous où il y a tous les Européens et que les Européens. Bon, ça ne va pas remplacer l'Alliance, mais comme on va avoir des questions à décider entre Européens plus difficiles que depuis 70 ans, il ne faut pas négliger cette instance. Dernier point, vous avez parlé de la perspective à donner à l'Ukraine, que c'est totalement décourageant et dangereux s'il n'y a pas de vraie perspective, l'erreur des Balkans. Il y a un Français qui est M. Bourlange, qui présidait la commission des affaires étrangères française, et qui avait dit il y a quelque temps, s'il y a un blocage dans les décisions européennes, s'il faut l'unanimité, il faudrait mettre en avant une perspective par étapes. L'adhésion étant l'aboutissement de l'étape, et ne pas tout subordonner au point d'arrivée. Donc les pays qui seraient dans le processus européen, qu'on veut consolider, pour ne pas les désespérer, pour ne pas donner d'arguments aux autres, que ce soit les Russes ou les autres, donc une entrée par étapes dans les différents programmes. Alors ça n'a pas été complètement concrétisé, mais voilà deux idées dont je pense qu'il ne faut pas les oublier. Communauté politique européenne et entrée par étapes.
We have about 11 minutes left. I've developed all sorts of really interesting questions, of course, to put to each of you. But before I open the floor to the audience, I would like to give each of you an opportunity to provide further input if you wish. You've been sitting here next to me very, very quietly and calmly, Jan, but perhaps you wish to reflect from your perspective on what we've just been talking about in terms of security and what the implications are for the private sector, if nothing else.
And I'm going to be a naive guy here since I'm not a foreign policy expert, but my question would be around the effectiveness of NATO, and especially in regards to Article 5, and how, which has never been activated, and
Yes, once.
how that, sorry?
But it had been activated once
Oh,
in
once,
Afghanistan.
9/11.
And how effective it would be even if Ukraine were to join NATO. You know, so that's more.
Now, the purpose of Article 5 is to exist in order not to be activated.
Absolutely.
So it's deterrence.
Exactly.
And deterrence lives from its credibility. And this is, for the first time, I would say, a real danger, even for the credibility of NATO, if there were this deal, if the leading power of NATO was invented to provide and organize European security. This is why NATO exists, European security. If we now were to witness and experience that the leading power of NATO were to cut a deal with the adversary of Europe at the expense of European security, Article 5 would remain in place, but nevertheless, it would fundamentally damage the credibility of NATO. It would split NATO because the Central and Eastern Europeans would say, as long as it was about the security of Western Germany and the West, NATO was there, Article 5 was credible. Now it's only about us, the Central and Eastern Europeans, and you let us down. So NATO would not be the same after that deal as it was during the Cold War.
I know you would like to say something. Go ahead.
A bit like Ukraine is not a member, so Article 5 doesn't cover Ukraine. I don't think that Central and Eastern European members of NATO would have such a strong
but they see the security of Ukraine as an imminent threat to their own national security.
But that's not. But the Article 5 is not about imminent threats. Article 5 is about actually attacks. If a member is attacked, I think we generally, as Europeans, because I consider myself a European, despite the fact that I'm not from a country that is in the European Union, I think we should spend, in my opinion, more energy talking to the other side.
The other side being?
You call it adversary, but they're very much part of the future security situation, be it a catastrophe or not a catastrophe in our continent, right?
You're referring to Russia.
Because what you said, yeah,
right?
I'm talking about Russia.
Yeah.
Because you said, like, what we must not do is to let a pause be just like a holdout for another Putin's invasion so that he can replenish the stocks, prepare, and then invade again. Well, do you believe that this is exactly what they think about the West and Ukraine? And they even quote Madame Merkel when she said, well, Minsk was actually just buying time for Ukraine, the Minsk agreement buying time for Ukraine so that Ukraine can rearm and the like. So the Russians are saying, well, we don't want to hold out so that they can just like rearm them now that Europe is going to bring up this defense spending and the like. So we're talking past each other in Europe. I think we should be talking more to each other. And this is the last thing that I'm going to say. I recently organized a debate between people who have very, very different views. One was Ian Bremmer, and the other one was Sergei Karaganov. So they sat and they talked. They viscerally disagreed about certain things, but then they came up to an understanding that they agree on 90% of things.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Let's leave it there. We're going to bring in the audience. The questions of what defines success for Ukraine, what defines failure for Russia, what defines success for Europe, all big questions. We have some questions from the floor. We're going to begin here in the second row on the end, and then we're going to go 2 rows back, and then we'll go to the center.
Michel Fouché, I have a question for Norbert Röttgen.
Just please identify yourself quickly.
Michel Fouché. Let's assume that there is a ceasefire in Ukraine. Will the Bundestag accept to send German troops along with French, Polish, British, Italian troops as interposing forces to protect precisely what you said rightly, Ukrainian sovereignty, and to avoid a kind of Minsk III, a stupid agreement? I'm referring to what Hubert Védrine did with Joschka Fischer 20 years ago on Kosovo. Bundestag changed his view on Kosovo. So what do you think?
So it's a difficult question. I try nevertheless to be brief. I will be brief. The difference between Kosovo and the Russian-Ukrainian border is that the Russian-Ukrainian border as a land border and a sea border is more than 2,000 kilometers. So if we talk about a protective whatever European United Nations force. I'm not a military person, but I would think this requires a lot of troops, perhaps 100,000, not that far away from that. This would absorb our resources. We would be the play element for Putin to provoke, so we have to enforce this. So this only, for me, shows, it gives a hint of what the costs will be, probably, if you continue to insufficiently support and equip Ukraine. My conviction is that it's only Ukraine that is able to protect its borders, and for that purpose, for that European purpose, we should support the Ukrainians. If you continue to do this sufficiently, we will have to bear much higher costs, which probably overstretch us. So we should do everything to avoid that this question really enters the German Bundestag to be decided upon.
Adeline, a quick remark.
En quelques secondes. D'abord, la remarque de M. Rodgen est très juste. Mais j'ajoute une question. Est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'on envoie des troupes allemandes, françaises, anglaises, sans un vote des parlements? C'est pas évident. Constitutionnellement, j'en sais rien. Politiquement, c'est impossible. Donc il faudrait un vote clair dans le cadre d'un...
Very difficult to get consensus indeed. So, yes, the microphone there to the lady.
Yes, good morning. Daphne Benoit with the AFP, Agence France Presse. First of all, just a quick note, Mr. Jeremic, I greatly appreciated your very honest comments on the perspective of EU adhesions for Ukraine, because frankly, that's what I've been hearing behind closed doors from a lot of European diplomats. I would like to have your perspective, your opinion on the possibility of military aggression by Russia of the Baltic countries, because that would be the ultimate test for the Article 5. Do you think that's a possibility? Even like a quick incursion would be a huge test for NATO. Thank you.
Just a quick remark on that, because we are trying to focus on a couple of other things, but go ahead quickly if you like.
You're asking me if this is...
Yeah, that was directed towards you. It's the question about,
I don't have access to information as much as some other people do. I mean, Norbert's like a president of a committee in the German parliament. Is that possible or not?
It's a hypothetical, I think, on that question regarding whether Russia, if they were to invade the Balkans, even just briefly, what the consequences.
The Balkans? Balkans? I can assure you that they cannot invade the Balkans, but...
Baltic.
The Baltics.
Oh, the Baltics.
Les Baltes.
Baltics.
Les Baltes.
Sorry, yeah.
The Baltics are covered by the NATO guarantee, so
Exactly.
no question about this.
But if you go to the Baltic countries, it feels very different there. It must be said.
But
as you know.
if you allow me, there was a reference to Ukraine, and you mentioned NATO and the EU membership. There are two things which are really different. I have absolutely no doubt that Ukraine will at some point join the EU, but of course not in the next 5 years, and this is a point we've made clear to President Zelensky on the timeline of joining the European Union. But in my view, the best guarantee the European Union could offer to Ukraine is membership.
Okay,
But
thank you.
I must push back on that. 25 years ago, I was one of the founders of the resistance movement as a student that overthrew Milosevic in the year 2000. Mm-hmm. And I really did believe, after we overthrew Milosevic, that we were going to join the European Union. Mm-hmm. And that was 25 years ago. And now I'm not going to get into why and whose fault and was it possible, not possible, never mind. Was it history or doesn't matter. 25 years later, we're not in the European Union. And we are a less complicated place than Ukraine. So we're talking many decades. I think what you said, although I understand what you said because I'm a diplomat, so I understand diplomatic language, Ukrainian public reads what you say as, we are joining by the end of the decade. And that's not going to happen.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely,
let's,
but it's
let's
not
leave-
because the Ukrainian think this that it's going to happen. But at the same time, we still need to keep the option open.
Okay, this is a debate that's going to continue. We have one more question, and then we're going to wrap it up. We've got three hands in the air and no more time, so I'm not sure how to proceed. This was the first person I saw, along with the other two.
Stan Cosmo, Capgemini. One comment and one question. Comment is, I believe, to build on Hubert's remark on reaching EU by steps, that one way to make Putin fail is to publicly say that Ukraine will, by step, like maybe Serbia and other countries, ultimately one day, without no date, of course, join the EU. Second question is about which countries do you believe are most likely to be ready to invest in military support to the ceasefire, which is likely to happen with Trump? Don't you think that geography plays a key role, such as Poland being very close to Baltic countries, Finland with 1,300 kilometers of border? Don't you think these countries will have a vested interest to make something?
Thank you. And one reply from the panel, and then we're going to have to wrap it up. Who would like to respond to that? Hubert Védrine.
J'ai pas la réponse, mais ça concerne des pays qui sont motivés politiquement et qui ont des moyens militaires. Il y en a pas 27. Hein. Donc ça concerne un petit nombre de pays. Après, ça dépend du cadre général qui va être créé par Trump. Et après, on tombe sur les remarques de M. Rodgen, très juste, sur le fait que ce sont des cibles toutes désignées. Si on est dans un cadre où Trump n'a pas réussi à dissuader suffisamment Poutine, s'il veut réattaquer, je ne sais pas pourquoi il attaquerait l'ensemble du système, alors que le système est maintenant mobilisé, réarmé, renforcé, et je ne peux pas le démontrer. S'il y a un Polonais, je ne peux pas lui démontrer qu'il n'y a pas d'attaque. Mais on retomberait dans la question de on appelle ça, c'est la chèvre au piquet. Je ne sais pas si ça se traduit bien. Si on envoie les 4-5 pays, envoie des troupes en Ukraine, c'est par là que l'attaque va recommencer, en fait. Pour tester la résistance, non pas de l'article 5, parce qu'on n'est pas dans l'article 5, mais la capacité politique dans chacun des pays concernés, 5 ou 6, à tenir bon. Vous voyez le piège. Donc, il faut trouver une solution.
I'm so sorry, we're way out of time, and I've gone over, and I must apologize to our next panel that I've taken more time than I should. But thank you to you all. I'm very sorry we couldn't take any more questions. Thanks very much to our panelists. A warm round of applause.
Je vais aller prendre leur tasse de café.
Bien, mesdames, messieurs, nehmen Sie Platz, bitte. Oui, l'allemand est la nouvelle langue. OK. S'il vous plaît, si on peut fermer les portes, les gens viendront, mais il faut fermer la porte en attendant, ils vont arriver progressivement. Bien, mesdames, messieurs, nous allons commencer. Cette session aura lieu en français. Il faut quand même ne pas nécessairement laisser la technologie uniquement dans la langue anglaise. Alors, je remercie Emma Nezat d'être parmi nous ce matin, donc directeur général de Capgemini. J'ai eu l'honneur moi-même de faire partie du conseil d'administration de Capgemini pendant un certain nombre d'années. C'est une grande et belle société. Alors, cher Eman, on va essayer de balayer, de ratisser assez large pour lancer la discussion. Je vais te demander de dire quelques mots sur l'idée du numérique comme une véritable révolution industrielle qui est peut-être en fait une super révolution numérique, et peut-être aussi de dire quelques mots sur l'intelligence artificielle comme révolution dans la révolution.
D'accord. Bonjour, merci de m'accueillir. Donc sur le fait que ce soit une révolution équivalente à la révolution industrielle, oui, on a une révolution numérique. Il y a toutes les règles qui changent, les règles de la concurrence. Ce qui est important pour un consommateur est en train de changer. Le produit physique a de l'importance, mais ce que le consommateur valorise de plus en plus, et c'est pourquoi il est prêt à payer, c'est l'intelligence, c'est la partie digitale. On regarde les valorisations de sociétés aujourd'hui, vous avez les fameuses quelques sociétés aux États-Unis qui représentent plus de 17 ou 20% de la valorisation du S&P. Donc la valeur est de plus en plus créée au niveau du digital. On regarde une voiture, ce que c'est une voiture et comment elle est en train d'évoluer, et qu'est-ce que un client va valoriser dans une voiture est en train de fondamentalement changer. Le logiciel devient une partie très importante et un coût important du développement et de la compétitivité de la voiture dans le futur. Donc, toutes les règles du jeu, d'une certaine manière, sont en train de changer. Et c'est ça qui change. C'est pour cela qu'on parle d'une révolution digitale. De la même manière, on peut considérer qu'un développeur logiciel ou un analyste de données, ça devient l'ouvrier de la révolution digitale. C'est ça qui est en train de changer, fondamentalement. Donc on est en train de basculer d'un monde physique à un monde qui converge entre un monde physique et un monde digital. Et tout est en train de changer au niveau des entreprises, des États, du fonctionnement.
Enfin, en fait, c'est plus qu'une révolution industrielle. Il ne faudra pas faire de l'histoire, mais enfin, c'est l'histoire de ce qu'on appelle la révolution industrielle, différentes révolutions industrielles. Et est-ce que ce n'est pas beaucoup plus qu'une révolution industrielle? Je dis ça parce qu'en termes de changement sur la société, sur les comportements, etc., il me semble que c'est tout de même beaucoup plus que tout ce qu'on a connu depuis la, entre guillemets, révolution industrielle.
Sur la partie sociale, oui, absolument. Ouais. Absolument. C'est une révolution qui va au-delà de ce qu'a amené la révolution industrielle sur l'évolution des sociétés et des interactions, notamment entre les gens.
Alors, l'IA, l'intelligence artificielle au sein de la révolution numérique, est-ce que ce n'est pas aussi une révolution en soi?
Oui, et comme le reste de la révolution digitale, l'IA n'est pas nouveau. Je pense que l'IA est devenue grand public avec ChatGPT, mais l'IA n'est pas nouveau. L'IA existe depuis des dizaines d'années. C'est des bases statistiques en termes de réflexion. Donc l'IA est là depuis très longtemps. Maintenant, elle prend de plus en plus d'importance. Pourquoi? Parce que les capacités de calcul et notamment de gestion des données deviennent exponentielles. Et c'est grâce à ça qu'on arrive à gérer ces données d'une manière beaucoup plus efficace, et je dirais des quantités de données exponentielles, d'où l'applicabilité de l'IA devient plus importante. Mais le concept de l'IA n'est pas nouveau, y compris le concept de l'IA générative. Le concept de l'IA générative, c'est le fait de pouvoir, justement, pas uniquement gérer des données, mais aussi du texte, de la voix, de la vidéo, et de pouvoir gérer ça. Donc c'est en train de changer. Pourquoi? On considère que l'IA, c'est le nouveau pétrole, etc., ainsi de suite. Mais en fait, c'est la donnée. C'est derrière comment on arrive à exploiter les données pour améliorer les décisions, accélérer les cycles d'innovation, pouvoir augmenter l'efficacité des entreprises. C'est ça qui est en train de changer. Accélérer l'éducation, c'est ça qui est en train de changer avec l'IA. C'est une vraie révolution. Pourquoi? Parce que les capacités de calcul qui existent aujourd'hui et de gestion des données nous permettent de faire des choses qui étaient absolument impossibles à concevoir, même il y a 10 ans.
Alors, sur l'IA, et en particulier l'IA générative, on voit bien que le grand public, et peut-être même un peu plus que le grand public, a été surpris de découvrir ChatGPT et ses miracles. Et du coup, ça a fait fantasmer tout le monde. Et la question, évidemment, qui se pose, qui est un peu socialo-politique, c'est est-ce que, du coup, on ne s'est pas mis à attendre trop de l'intelligence artificielle, en particulier dans le monde des entreprises, comme si brutalement on allait tout changer, améliorer, transformer grâce à l'IA générative. Autrement dit, c'est la question des réalités par rapport aux attentes.
Absolument. Donc on a eu, on va appeler ça, j'utilise l'anglicisme, le hype cycle de l'IA. Au début de l'année dernière, les gens ne parlaient que d'IA et tout le monde disait que ça allait complètement tout changer à très court terme. La réalité, c'est qu'il y a une différence entre l'adoption technologique et le temps que ça prend en termes d'adoption et le potentiel de la technologie. Donc le potentiel de l'IA et l'IA générative existe. Par contre, le temps d'adoption est beaucoup plus lent. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il faut faire changer des processus, des modes d'organisation, des réflexes, comment les gens travaillent. Et ça, on peut développer tous les modèles qu'on veut. Derrière, inculquer ça dans un être humain et faire changer les réflexes qu'il a, c'est autre chose. Donc, ça prend beaucoup plus de temps en termes d'adoption, mais ça, c'est la réalité de toute technologie.
Est-ce que tu peux donner quelques exemples? Parce qu'à Capgemini, vous avez pas mal d'expérience, c'est ça?
Non, donc, nous, les exemples, donc, il y a eu beaucoup de... Ce qui a accéléré fortement, en fait, ce concept de hype au niveau de l'IA générative notamment, c'est la productivité en termes de service client. Les fameux centres d'appel où tout le monde a pu faire, grâce à des agents plus intelligents, à travers l'IA générative, de pouvoir automatiser beaucoup plus les centres d'appel. Et ça a créé ce hype de dire « mais je peux faire ça partout ». En fait, non. Ce qui s'appliquait à ce centre d'appel, on arrive à avoir de la productivité rapidement, ne peut pas s'appliquer ailleurs. Maintenant, quand on regarde les applications de l'IA, il y a beaucoup d'assistants. Donc, il y a des assistants en termes de vente, même dans une usine, il y a des assistants aux opérateurs qui permettent de dire quelle serait la meilleure prochaine décision en fonction du contexte actuel. Donc il faut toujours penser au concept que le concept de ce qu'on appelle HIL, Human in the Loop, est toujours important. Ce sont des assistants. Donc ils ne décident pas à la place de l'opérateur, par contre ils lui suggèrent des options en termes de décision. Et donc beaucoup d'assistants, de vente, de services clients, dans beaucoup d'endroits, dans les entreprises. Un des endroits où on voit beaucoup d'avancées potentielles, c'est dans la R&D, notamment au niveau de la pharma. Donc le fait de pouvoir réduire le cycle de développement, de pouvoir anticiper plutôt qu'une molécule ne permettra pas d'avoir les impacts auxquels on s'attend, de l'arrêter plus tôt, et derrière de pouvoir réduire le cycle, ce fameux cycle entre la découverte de la molécule, le fait qu'on puisse mettre un médicament sur le marché de 10 ans, de pouvoir réduire ce cycle, ça c'est tout à fait possible. Et là-dessus, l'IA générative et l'IA ont un impact important et on voit des avancées concrètes sur le sujet.
Et tu peux donner un exemple aussi, au contraire, d'échec, enfin, c'est-à-dire de fausses pistes?
Écoutez, les fausses pistes, c'est tout ce que les gens ont essayé de faire au niveau de productivité. Moi, je pense que les rapports, y compris, pour être franc, le FMI et autres, qui ont mis des rapports absolument dramatiques sur le fait que 400 millions d'emplois allaient disparaître à cause de l'IA générative, etc. C'était complètement alarmiste. Et en fait, ça a un effet très négatif, puisqu'en fait, tous les gens ont eu très peur. Et donc, dans les entreprises, quand les gens parlaient d'IA générative, c'est « je n'en veux pas », parce que ça veut dire que mon job n'existe plus demain. Et tout ça, ça a été beaucoup trop alarmiste en termes d'anticipation. Et évidemment, on voit qu'au bout de 2 ans, on n'a pas du tout les niveaux de productivité anticipés.
D'ailleurs, ça c'est très intéressant parce que si on regarde historiquement la question du rapport entre l'emploi et le progrès technologique, il y a toujours eu des alarmes extrêmement précoces. Je pense, la machine à vapeur, le chemin de fer, tout ce qu'on voudra, et ça a toujours été démenti jusqu'ici.
Ça prend plus de temps. C'est-à-dire qu'il
prend plus de temps.
Voilà, il y a une valeur ajoutée qui arrive, mais qui prend beaucoup plus de temps, parce qu'on travaille à travers l'être humain. C'est pas une machine.
Donc l'éducation, etc.
Bien sûr, bien sûr.
Oui, oui. Oui, oui. Alors, toujours sur l'intelligence artificielle, il y a évidemment une demande de plus en plus grande chez un certain nombre de gouvernements et de régulateurs, etc., de réguler l'intelligence artificielle. Alors, je crois que c'est un sujet sur lequel aussi tu as beaucoup réfléchi.
On est impacté par ce qui se passe, évidemment. Et en fait, l'idée, il faut trouver le bon équilibre entre protection des citoyens et innovation. Et le principe que j'ai, c'est qu'on essaye de réguler l'utilisation des technologies, mais pas la technologie elle-même. Or, quand on voit les divergences qu'il y a en termes de philosophie, entre les Américains qui sont allés sur des concepts en disant voilà ce qu'on recommande de faire, et les Européens qui régulent à travers l'IA Act. Et notamment, l'IA Act régule le développement de la technologie. Et ça, c'est très dangereux, évidemment, puisqu'en fait, c'est ça qui tue l'innovation. Deuxièmement, essayer de réguler quelque chose qui est nouveau, qu'on ne comprend pas, je trouve ça dangereux. Je t'avais cité l'exemple, je pense que si on approchait le nucléaire comme on approche l'intelligence artificielle, on n'aurait jamais d'énergie nucléaire. Donc on est en train de surréguler quelque chose qu'on ne comprend pas et à la source. Donc on est en train de tuer l'innovation technologique.
Nous, c'est qui? C'est les Européens particulièrement, j'imagine.
C'est les Européens.
Oui, par opposition.
Les Chinois ne régulent rien,
voilà.
D'accord? Donc on peut tout faire en Chine. Les Américains, ils donnent des guidelines, mais ils en laissent. Donc la Californie risque de basculer dans le camp européen. Donc je pense qu'en plus, tout ça, ça devient très disparate à travers le monde. Donc en fait, pour une entreprise, pour fonctionner, si elle a des modèles d'IA, s'ils sont en Europe ou aux États-Unis, ils n'ont pas du tout les mêmes règles de fonctionnement. Donc ça devient cauchemardesque en termes de fonctionnement. Et le risque qu'on a, c'est que toute l'innovation parte à l'étranger parce que les startups, les boîtes trouvent que c'est trop compliqué de fonctionner en Europe.
J'aimerais qu'on reste une seconde. Tu viens de dire la Californie risque de basculer dans le camp européen. Tu peux développer un peu ça?
En termes de régulation. Donc, il parle de réglementation qui serait similaire à des réglementations européennes en termes de protection des données et utilisation de la technologie, réglementation de la technologie, etc.
Là, c'est au niveau de l'État californien.
Au niveau de l'État californien, tout à fait.
D'accord. Alors, on continue à balayer un peu l'ensemble du sujet. Alors, on parle aussi de plus en plus de souveraineté, les rapports entre le numérique en général, l'intelligence artificielle en particulier, et la souveraineté. Alors, il n'y a pas besoin d'être génial pour comprendre qu'il peut y avoir une contradiction potentielle, puisque d'un côté, qui dit numérique ou digital dit que ça se balade à travers toutes les frontières, ça franchit tous les obstacles. Donc la souveraineté, technologiquement, ça suppose de pouvoir ériger des barrières. Alors, est-ce que tu veux développer un petit peu ça?
Alors, franchement, il y a un vrai problème là-dessus, puisqu'en fait, quand on parle de souveraineté technologique, la souveraineté technologique démarre aux semi-conducteurs. Et avant le semi-conducteur, c'est les matériaux.
Absolument.
Donc, personne ne contrôle toute la chaîne de valeur. Personne ne peut contrôler toute la chaîne de valeur. Par contre, comme on le voit, il y a des tentatives, notamment les Américains qui essaient de limiter certains nombre de semi-conducteurs ou technologies d'aller vers la Chine pour ralentir le développement de l'industrie de défense chinoise. Mais tout ça, les Chinois de l'autre côté sont en train de bannir l'exportation de certains matériaux qui sont nécessaires pour le développement des semi-conducteurs. Donc, on va tourner en rond. Et donc, la question au niveau souveraineté, c'est de trouver le bon équilibre, mais aussi accepter que la souveraineté technologique absolue n'existe pas. Je vais prendre un exemple là-dessus, c'est le cloud, le fameux cloud. Et donc en Europe, on a dit qu'il faut une souveraineté là-dessus. La réalité, c'est quel niveau de souveraineté? Évidemment, si on parle de système de défense, on veut toute la souveraineté sur la technologie, sur la cyber, sur les données, sur tout. Donc on pourra développer des systèmes européens qui seront beaucoup moins, on va dire, sophistiqués, mais qui répondront aux besoins dont on a besoin pour la partie défense. Par contre, pour certaines utilisations publiques, on n'a pas besoin de souveraineté technologique. Pour des entreprises, on a besoin de souveraineté sur les données. Donc, il faut définir les niveaux de souveraineté et pouvoir trouver les solutions qui correspondent à la souveraineté dont on a besoin, et ça dépend de l'application qu'on a. Et c'est là où je pense qu'il y a une confusion, c'est que les gens parlent de souveraineté absolue, et celle-là n'existe pas. Donc la question, c'est de bien définir quels sont les niveaux de souveraineté dont on a besoin, et quelles sont les solutions qui répondent à ces niveaux de souveraineté technologique.
Alors, cette distinction, effectivement très frappante, elle n'est pas comprise par tout le monde, au fond. C'est ce que tu es en train de dire.
On essaye d'éduquer, mais ça prend du temps.
Ah oui. Est-ce qu'il est d'ailleurs, dans les institutions actuelles, formelles ou informelles, de la gouvernance mondiale, est-ce qu'il y en a qui, soit comprennent un peu, se préoccupent, on va dire, intelligemment de cette question, ou au contraire, qui s'en occupent bêtement?
Alors, il y a une discussion au niveau global, mais certains, c'est des dialogues de sourds. Donc, les gens parlent, mais la question aussi, à travers le temps, moi je parle de nos clients et d'une entreprise, c'est à travers le temps. Quand je prends des décisions de développement au niveau technologique ou de localisation de certains aspects ou de données ou de modes de fonctionnement, si la réglementation n'arrête pas de changer, je m'excuse, on devient chèvre. Donc le problème, ce n'est pas uniquement quelle réglementation et quels accords, c'est la stabilité de ces accords à travers le temps.
Alors sur cette question, donc, tu l'as déjà abordé, la question des données. Alors effectivement, les données, ça veut dire échange de données. Ça veut dire que la vie économique implique de facto le franchissement des frontières, etc. Alors si on essaye d'approcher un peu philosophiquement, et politiquement cette question-là, comment peut-on réconcilier l'inconciliable entre cette nécessité économique de l'échange des données et cette nécessité cas par cas, au fond, de la régulation?
Je pense qu'il y a des régulations, notamment les points sensibles, mais ce n'est pas uniquement le seul, c'est au niveau des données personnelles. Donc je pense que des régulations comme la réglementation comme la RGPD, je pense que c'était une bonne avancée en termes de protection des données personnelles, et je pense que c'était important, sinon les abus pouvaient vraiment être excessifs en termes de à quoi on pouvait utiliser les données et qu'est-ce qu'on allait en faire. Donc ça, c'est une partie en termes de réglementation où je pense qu'il faut arriver à protéger un certain nombre de données. Évidemment, les entreprises aussi cherchent à protéger leurs données sensibles, leurs propriétés intellectuelles, etc. D'un autre côté, si on n'autorise pas l'échange de données, on ralentit beaucoup le développement économique. Donc il y a des succès, comme ce qui a été fait au niveau de l'Europe sur quelque chose comme Catena X, donc au niveau de l'industrie automobile, c'est quelque chose qui s'est bien passé. D'un autre côté, je pense par exemple, il y a beaucoup de données au niveau médical qui ne circulent pas, qui pourraient aider à améliorer tout ce qui est diagnostic, tout ce qui est recherche médicale, etc. Mais certaines entités, y compris des entités gouvernementales, refusent de partager ces données avec, par exemple, avec les instituts de recherche. Or, ceci, évidemment, ralentit, ça c'est contre-productif, puisque ça ralentit, évidemment, le développement économique, la recherche et le fait de trouver des solutions à des problématiques de notre société.
Alors, toujours sur ces questions de souveraineté, d'enjeux géopolitiques, etc., un aspect majeur, peut-être même l'aspect majeur aujourd'hui, c'est l'aspect cybersécurité. On voit bien d'ailleurs que la cybersécurité, si on prend tous les conflits qu'il y a actuellement dans le monde, en particulier en Europe, l'Ukraine, la Russie, etc., la cybersécurité a presque changé, sinon de nature, de niveau. C'est devenu... Alors, est-ce qu'on peut dire quelques mots justement de l'évolution de la problématique de la sécurité par rapport à ces enjeux de souveraineté qu'on vient d'évoquer?
Bien sûr. Alors d'abord, la cyber, c'est un risque systémique, donc qui ne va jamais disparaître, et qui a une évolution constante. En fait, c'est un équilibre entre attaquants et défenseurs. Donc si les attaquants deviennent plus sophistiqués, il faut apprendre à mieux se défendre. Et donc ce qu'il faut, c'est anticiper les évolutions des attaquants pour arriver à prévenir, justement, se retrouver en échec par rapport à des attaquants. Je pense que la cybersécurité, ce n'est pas uniquement une cybersécurité, ce n'est pas uniquement une question des hackers, puisqu'en fait, ça joue beaucoup de rôles, c'est aussi des questions d'État. Donc les États s'attaquent les uns les autres en termes de cyber aussi. Donc il y a les entreprises, il y a les individus et il y a les États. Et je pense que c'est assez différent. Je pense que les entreprises ont beaucoup évolué. Moi, je regarde un peu au niveau du panorama de sociétés avec lesquelles on travaille. Sur les 5 à 10 dernières années, une évolution majeure sur la cybersécurité et la protection des entreprises. Il y a des avancées aussi en termes de concepts, de comment on arrive à se protéger avec des concepts comme Zero Trust en termes de cyber. Donc c'est des concepts qui avancent, qui permettent petit à petit de réfléchir pas uniquement en termes de défense pure, mais aussi comment on s'organise au niveau interne de façon à faire en sorte que quand quelqu'un pénètre, il peut uniquement aller dans un endroit, qu'on arrive à identifier où est la personne indépendamment des modes de protection qu'il utilise. Donc il y a beaucoup de choses qui évoluent de ce côté-là en termes de sophistication, mais en même temps, les attaquants deviennent de plus en plus sophistiqués. Et surtout, les attaquants États sont les plus sophistiqués. Et on en parle beaucoup, évidemment, les pénétrations des choses au niveau des systèmes, par exemple, de transmission électrique, etc. C'est évidemment très dangereux si on arrive à pénétrer là-dedans. Et si on projette dans le futur une voiture, parce qu'une voiture, ça va être une plaque logicielle qui va être connectée.
Les avions.
Les avions. Donc on pourrait, si on interfère dans la voiture, on pourrait créer des accidents artificiellement. Donc avec un monde qui devient de plus en plus connecté, de plus en plus digital, en fait, les problèmes de cyber deviennent exponentiels. Évidemment, tout le monde pense à la prochaine révolution, qui est la révolution quantique. Il est évident que, je dirais, on est aujourd'hui en termes d'évolution cyber incrémentale. Les attaquants évoluent, les défenses évoluent, les attaquants évoluent. Le quantique, c'est une évolution majeure qui fait que toutes les règles de cryptographie qui existent aujourd'hui ne serviront plus à rien. C'est comme soudain, il n'y a plus de défense. Donc, je dirais la bonne nouvelle, c'est que les ordinateurs quantiques ne sont pas encore prêts. Il y a quelques applications qui commencent, mais ils sont très instables. Donc, on a encore quelques années devant nous. Par contre, il faut commencer à anticiper.
Mais ça viendra.
Ça viendra.
Ça, on est quasiment sûr.
Jamais sûr jusqu'à ce que ça se passe.
Ça
progresse.
Je fais la comparaison avec la fusion nucléaire, par exemple. La fusion nucléaire, ça va...
Non, c'est beaucoup plus évolué que la fusion
évolué.
nucléaire. Donc là, on parle de 2029-2030, on ne sait jamais, ça peut toujours être repoussé. Par contre, aujourd'hui, on peut développer des algorithmes qui simulent des attaques quantiques qui permettent de commencer déjà à anticiper et à organiser les défenses. Ce qu'il ne faut pas faire, c'est attendre que le quantique soit prêt pour commencer à se défendre. Ça va faire de l'an 2000. C'est-à-dire que soudain, tout le monde va devoir faire ça en très peu de temps et évidemment, on n'y arrivera pas.
C'est pas drôle, ces perspectives.
Sur la cyber, voilà, c'est
vraiment l'inconnu.
C'est un vrai risque systémique qui existe toujours, qui ne disparaîtra jamais.
Oui. Donc ça veut dire qu'il faut vraiment beaucoup travailler là-dessus.
Il faut continuer, ça reste une des priorités en termes d'investissement pour la plupart des grandes entreprises.
Alors je voudrais passer maintenant à une question un peu plus géopolitique. C'est un sujet qui était très cher, on a eu l'occasion d'en discuter plusieurs fois. C'est que quand on parle numérique, industrie numérique. Peut-être d'ailleurs, je fais un tout petit flashback là, après, je reste sur la question cybersécurité, etc. Il y a les États, mais il y a aussi les entreprises, mais aussi le rapport entre les deux. Bon, les États-Unis, de ce point de vue-là, ont toujours été quand même assez forts. Bon, à partir de Eisenhower, on a parlé du complexe militaro-industriel. Aujourd'hui, on peut parler quand même d'un complexe militaro-numérico ou digitalo-industriel. Alors, il y a des États qui sont très forts. Les États-Unis sont très forts pour ce genre de choses, mais il y a des États moins importants qui le sont aussi. On peut imaginer Israël, par exemple. Et Israël est un État extrêmement avancé sur ces questions.
Mais je pense intelligence artificielle.
Pardon ?
En cybersécurité et en intelligence artificielle.
Et dans l'intelligence artificielle, mais on peut dire aussi, par exemple, la Russie ou l'Ukraine. D'ailleurs, ce sont
la Russie, l'Ukraine, l'Iran.
Voilà, sans offenser personne, les Ukrainiens et les Russes ont en commun d'avoir été soviétiques, donc ils ont un peu les mêmes pratiques et les mêmes manières de se débrouiller, etc. Et effectivement, l'Iran, etc. Alors, cet aspect justement numérico-militaro-industriel, est-ce que nous, en Europe, on a fait des progrès?
On est plutôt bon.
On est plutôt bon.
Je pense qu'il y a déjà au niveau de la plupart des États. Il y a des entités comme l'ANSSI, déjà pour la défense des sociétés. Il y a aussi évidemment toute la partie État et militaire qui existe. Et là, les gens se parlent. Donc,
en Europe en général?
Oui, bien sûr. Mais y compris entre les entreprises. Il y a des systèmes comme le CERT, d'alerte entre les entreprises. C'est-à-dire quand quelqu'un est attaqué, il fait passer l'information sur le type d'attaque qu'il a reçu, si elles sont nouvelles, etc. Donc l'information circule à la fois entre les entreprises et entre les États. Donc, de ce côté-là, je pense que c'est plutôt bien. Est-ce qu'on est les plus sophistiqués? Je ne sais pas, mais en tout cas, je pense qu'on a un bon système de fonctionnement
y compris sur le plan
inter-État.
y compris sur le plan du soutien financier, etc.
Alors, soutien financier, là, c'est un peu différent. Là, c'est par État. Il y a des choses au niveau européen. Par contre, sur la communication, sur les attaques et les défenses et qu'est-ce qui se passe et échanger l'information, ça se passe plutôt bien.
Alors, je reviens à la question sur laquelle je suis revenu en arrière. Bon, on parle toujours, quand on parle du numérique, digital, etc., au sens large, on dit toujours, bon, il y a deux géants, les États-Unis, la Chine, et assez curieusement, on ne parle pas tellement de l'Inde. Et l'Inde, évidemment, d'un côté, apparaît comme le pays du numérique, dans le sens très large. Bon, Capgemini a un engagement considérable en Inde. Est-ce que tu peux nous en dire un peu plus sur l'Inde?
L'Inde n'est pas le plus évolué en termes de technologie numérique, c'est-à-dire en termes d'innovation. La Chine et les États-Unis sont beaucoup plus évolués de ce côté-là. Par contre, la capacité en termes de travailleurs numériques est en Inde. Juste pour avoir des chiffres en tête, l'Inde produit 1,5 million d'ingénieurs par an. Donc plus que la Chine. Juste pour avoir des idées en termes de comparaison, les États-Unis, c'est 250 000, la France, c'est 37 000. La seule ville de Chennai, en Inde, produit plus d'ingénieurs que la France, le Royaume-Uni et l'Allemagne réunis. Donc, c'est ça la vraie statistique. Donc, en fait, la capacité, aujourd'hui, pour faire évoluer le numérique, pour pouvoir développer ces logiciels, pour pouvoir les maintenir, etc., elle est en Inde. C'est au niveau de l'IT, c'est au niveau de l'ingénierie, et c'est aussi au niveau de la gestion. La plupart des entreprises globales dépendent de l'Inde pour fonctionner. Les banques américaines, si demain il y a un problème en Inde, les banques américaines s'arrêtent de fonctionner. Donc tout le backbone de la plupart des grandes entreprises, ça varie un peu, mais en tout cas dans le monde occidental, la plupart ont un pied en Inde et dépendent de l'Inde pour pouvoir fonctionner. Donc de ce fait-là, l'Inde est d'une certaine manière un risque systémique que tout le monde a accepté. Mais aussi, c'est parce que là qu'on a non seulement la capacité au niveau ingénieur et intellectuel, mais aussi on a les coûts qui permettent de faire des investissements massifs à un coût plus raisonnable.
Et ça, c'est certainement une dimension qu'on sous-estime dans les discussions en général sur l'interdépendance en matière numérique. Alors, le temps passe à toute vitesse, on essaie d'aller vite, mais enfin, il y a deux sujets encore qu'on voulait aborder. Si tu veux pour en dire quelques mots, l'un, c'est le numérique, le rapport entre le numérique et la transition énergétique. Il y a un double aspect, comment est-ce que le numérique peut aider, faciliter la transition énergétique, puis quand même aussi un mot sur le numérique en tant qu'énergétivore majeur. Je crois que ce sont deux domaines liés.
Donc il y a les deux cas. Il est bien évident que le numérique a un impact négatif en termes de carbone, notamment à travers les centres de calcul, mais pas uniquement. Hein. Tous les téléphones, etc., les ordinateurs, le recyclage en fait est assez faible. Donc en fait, a une empreinte carbone assez négative. Mais je pense que le risque aujourd'hui auquel les gens font le plus, dont les gens parlent le plus, c'est les centres de calcul. Ouais. Notamment à travers l'IA et l'IA générative qui est encore plus énergivore, en fait, les consommations d'électricité vont augmenter massivement. D'un autre côté, le numérique, c'est aussi ce qui aide dans cette transition énergétique. Donc, beaucoup d'innovations comme des jumeaux numériques qui aident à optimiser le fonctionnement d'une aciérie, y compris au niveau énergétique, c'est du numérique derrière. Donc beaucoup des avancées qui vont aider à optimiser la consommation énergétique, elles viennent aussi du numérique. Et je pense qu'à travers le temps, il faudra trouver des moyens de façon à pouvoir faire fonctionner des centres de calcul en étant moins énergivores, avec des puces qui sont plus développées. Donc je pense qu'il y a des avancées de ce côté-là qui vont aussi permettre de réduire. Mais on voit cette consommation énergivore. Mais on voit bien les risques que ça présente, puisque quand on voit des sociétés comme Microsoft qui commencent à investir dans l'énergie nucléaire pour s'assurer qu'ils auront de l'énergie pour leur centre de calcul dans le futur, on a une idée du côté énergivore de ce centre de calcul.
Alors, dernier point, on a évoqué un peu la question des compétences, en particulier à propos de l'Inde, des ingénieurs, etc. Maintenant, avec l'intelligence artificielle, c'est aussi une nouvelle, il y a constamment en fait de nouvelles catégories de compétences que l'on demande. Est-ce que l'intelligence artificielle a modifié la manière dont se présente cette question des compétences?
Alors, avec l'IA générative, on va générer de la productivité, notamment sur le développement logiciel, le testing, etc. Donc, mais on génère de la productivité dans ces domaines depuis plus de 20 ans. Donc l'intelligence artificielle amène une couche supplémentaire de productivité. Je pense que la pénurie de talents au niveau numérique va continuer. Puisqu'en fait, si on accepte que c'est une révolution et qu'en fait on va avoir de plus en plus de travailleurs numériques, c'est une transition en termes de workforce qui va prendre 10-20 ans. Et on sera toujours, on manquera toujours de travailleurs numériques. La preuve, pour une société comme Capgemini, nous avons 340 000 employés. On a un taux d'attrition moyen, donc des gens qui partent, entre 15 et 20%. On embauche entre 50 000, et sur des périodes d'accélération comme 21-22, on a embauché 140 000, jusqu'à 140 000 personnes dans l'année. C'est des gens qu'on embauche, qu'on forme et qui repartent ailleurs. Ensuite, y compris dans les entreprises, dans les États, ou dans des petites sociétés, dans des startups. Donc on voit bien cet appétit qui continue à être très important, mais toute source de productivité sera la bienvenue pour aider à adresser un peu une partie de cette pénurie.
Merci. Alors on va s'arrêter et si vous permettez, je ferai une remarque de mathématicien que je suis resté dans l'âme, qui est une remarque. On n'a pas le temps, mais on pourrait peut-être que c'est pour des discussions futures. Ce qu'il y a d'extraordinaire avec l'intelligence artificielle, telle que je la comprends, ou plutôt telle que je ne la comprends pas, c'est que ça marche et on ne sait pas pourquoi. C'est-à-dire qu'on n'a pas trouvé encore des principes fondamentaux, comme on trouve des principes fondamentaux en physique, par exemple, qui expliquent pourquoi les algorithmes de l'intelligence artificielle, les imitations plus ou moins vagues du cerveau, etc., pourquoi ça fonctionne. C'est un miracle. Alors, comme on ne va pas résoudre les miracles ce soir, je vous propose de conclure en disant il y a encore des miracles. Certains seront peut-être expliqués dans la suite, certains ne le seront sans doute pas, ce qui fait aussi le charme de l'existence humaine. Voilà, merci Eman. Merci beaucoup. Voilà.
So, welcome to the second session on AI today. Our session is sandwiched between the very fascinating session that came just before in French and before another session which will be on generative AI for businesses. So in a way, they complement one another. Clearly, we've hit the road of artificial intelligence, all of us. And we all know that it will take us far. That's about the extent of our certainty. How far, we don't know, and where we're heading is unclear. But we have a say. AI doesn't drive itself yet, as far as we know, and we can't let the Magnificent Seven and their counterparts in China decide for us. When we look ahead, the most general question is, how good is AI going to get? But there are two ways of understanding this question. The first and most frequent construal is, of what cognitive feats will AI eventually be capable? The second and most significant construal is this: how good will it be for us? We cannot simply assume that what's good for AI is good for humanity, as some people seem to think, and nor, of course, should we assume the opposite, as others believe. We can try to strike a balance. We can recommend that we reap the benefits of AI while preventing or limiting the damages it can inflict. But that doesn't help. It doesn't provide any hint of how to approach such a goal. We must do better, and we can. AI's achievements and effects so far are a rich body of evidence, of case studies, so to speak, that we can use to assess whether we're moving in the right direction or should correct the present trajectory in small or big ways. There's a complication, of course, an important one. The directions that AI can in fact take are not entirely preordained. They depend on what scientists and engineers will discover by intent or by serendipity in the short term and in the fullness of time. As always in science, we sometimes find what we have been looking for and sometimes not. And what we find is sometimes that we were looking for and sometimes not. But this should not dissuade us from trying to gain as clear a perspective as possible on where AI can take us and where we want it to take us. The panelists on the present session, as those on the next one and on the previous one, will provide a wide spectrum of perspectives on this issue. By ways of introduction, let me offer a simple, indeed simplistic conceptual map of the kind of concrete questions that need to be raised. There are, on the sunny side of the AI road, achievements and promises that are promoted. And on the other, shady side, pitfalls or downsides that are flagged. Regarding achievements and promises, I suggest a 2-by-2 table. On one dimension, some are real or realistic. Some are unsupported by present achievements and available ideas. On the other dimension, some are prima facie beneficial, some dangerous, risky, or outright toxic. Examples that combine realism and a priori beneficence might be smart search engines, scientific assistance, medical assistance, legal assistance, driving assistance. This was brought out very well in the previous session by Mr. Azad's discussion. Examples that combine realism and risk or toxicity are near-perfect chatbots, especially of the AI companion kind, as well as AI poets, novelists, composers, and so on. On the side of beneficial but unsupported promises and exaggerated achievements, explainable AGI, artificial general intelligence, safe level 5 self-driving vehicles. I know that some people are going to disagree with me. On the side of dangerous but mercifully unsupported systems, black box AGI, full autonomous AI physicians, teachers, judges, policemen, therapists, politicians, CEOs. Concerning pitfalls or downsides, I propose to distinguish between predicaments that have no solution but need to be faced as lucidly as possible so as to be mitigated as best we can, and challenges which can and therefore should be actively taken up. Examples of the first sort, predicaments, might be autonomous lethal weapons and the new battlefield, cybersecurity, increased inequalities within and between nations, and, to use a word which is not admitted in polite society in such places, dehumanization. Examples of challenges which must be met head-on are respect of privacy, of intellectual property, of simple factual truth, some degree of transparency as far as it doesn't contradict the very idea of AI, environmental impact, de-skilling, and last but not least, fabrication of false persons. This last example is a case where we could have imposed from day one a total ban on all technologies that would contribute to this deadly attack on trust, something analogous in the social domain to nuclear weapons for biological survival. It was perfectly clear that these technologies would lead to the pleasant hell of fakery and AI companions, and perfectly clear, at least outside of Silicon Valley, that it would be disastrous. But we can and we must claw our way back to sanity and trust. Some of these examples are controversial, and each of them and countless others call for careful consideration. Two things stand out, though, it seems to me. One is that while debates on AI in general are necessary, they tend to be inconclusive. Progress is more likely when the discussion is restricted to specific areas such as medicine, education, warfare, health, justice, political decision-making, etc. And the other is that innovation per se is not a sovereign good, and therefore it need not be protected regardless of cost. Regulation may slow it down, but good regulation does it for a reason. When innovation and regulation work hand in hand, humanity benefits. So with that, those introductory remarks, we'll now move on to the panel. I will not introduce the speakers. You have their bios on in the brochure, and we'll go in the order in which people are seated, actually, and they each have about 6 or 7 minutes. And I will be a terribly rigorous chairman. So please, François Barrault first.
Thank you, Daniel. We have 6-7 minutes to discuss over very large topics. I will not use ChatGPT to do the synthesis. I'm not a robot. I'm not a chatbot. I'm just a human looking at life. First of all, I'd like to thank Thierry Montbrial, because this year, I've been to 20 forums like that, and we had 3 days on AI and 3 panels on things other than AI. This time we have 3 panels on AI, and the rest are things that matters, you know, what's going on in the world. So Thierry, thank you for resisting on this wave so that we can enrich our thinking process. Why are we talking about AI everywhere? I see 3 reasons. First of all, the explosion of technology. You've seen that everywhere. The second is AI has been used as anxiogenious themes for all the people going on TV. You know, when the world is fine, nobody watches TV. When fear generates a lot of interest, and that's something which has been the last 2-3 years really worries me. And the last is the popularization of ChatGPT, and we'll talk later on. On the first factor, when you look at what's going on in technology, it's really what we call an ecosystem. Ecosystem now is used everywhere. As soon as you have a group of 10 people, we call this ecosystem, which is as a I'm a scientist, so I like precising. Ecosystem is when you have nodes or community. If you take one out, the group collapses. So technology is three things. The first one is hardware. The second is transmission, telecoms. And the third is software. When you look at hardware, there is new Moore's law. Instead of doubling the capacity every 18 months, now you have very small chips, quantum chips, as an example. You have edge computing, you know, the new doodles of the world. You have quantum computer arriving, and the power is going to be multiplied by 100 to 1 million in few years. And this revolution, the fifth revolution, is absolutely amazing. Second, transmission with the 5G plus, the 6G, with the fiber and satellite, will have a total coverage in the world in 3-4 years with a very, very high speed and very small latency. And last, the software. So you create data, you transmit data, and you compute the data with all the new algorithm, with the new LLMs, large language models, or new LQM, large quantitative models. There is a huge transformation of the treatment. So the combination of those three pillars make the technology absolutely amazing. The second part of why we talk about AI, a lot of things has been said about AI. Personally, I do AI since 1982, so I'm a kind of veteran. During 40 years, my diploma was in my cupboard. The last 2 years, I've been very popular because we tried with few colleagues, including in our institute, to educate. So AI has been used by some people to go on TV and fear, you know, the Cold War is back, the robots will take over. I like to say never. It will never, never, never happen. And then the last piece is ChatGPT. Who has not used ChatGPT in the room? We need to talk then. ChatGPT is quite new. It appears in 2018. Now we are on ChatGPT 4. So ChatGPT 1 was a 3-year-old kid, 2 a teen, 3 was a college student, and now is more a PhD. I was lucky enough to see ChatGPT N+1 and N+2, and let me tell you a story. A few weeks ago, a US friend came to Paris. He loves paintings, arts, good food. So I asked ChatGPT to do a program. And they say, oh, we go to the Louvre, we go to the Musée Rodin, we go to Taiwan, we go to this, to that. I respond to ChatGPT, sorry, ChatGPT, but this is nuts. Museums are closed on Mondays and nice restaurant. His response was, sorry, but my level of information is not that accurate. So ChatGPT, don't believe ChatGPT, because instead of going to a corpus of information, you know, on medicines, you go to Dalloz for laws. It's all you can eat without selection. ChatGPT N+1 will be different. Instead of going everywhere, it will work by corpus of information selected, and there will be algorithm that will check 20 times. So we will move from 40% accuracy to 99. ChatGPT N+2 is very interesting because I believe we'll have about 100% of accuracy, but there will be an avatarization of the human being. As an example, the words we use, the structure, our emotions, our story, the things we like, we don't like. So ChatGPT N+2 will be a chief of staff, but at the end of the day, you will make the call. As you say, there is plenty of examples to talk about AI. We have a big event in our institute, the 47th edition. We are not talking about AI. We are just talking about us as humans. And the theme is Tech for Citizens, to see how it impacts our life, our kids' education, the way we think, we entertain, we learn. 2 examples to conclude so that you can understand. I was in the US the other day, and we had a board in a company, and the HR person was very late to hire 50 people because she said it took me ages to do 50 job spec. So with ChatGPT, there was the chief
scientist of Google was there. He said, okay, let's put all what you want into the system. So in 10 minutes, we had 50 job spec sent to LinkedIn, to everywhere. Her reaction was fear. What I'm going to do? I'm going to lose my job, saying, no, you will spend more time with the candidates. So the evolution of ChatGPT will be the end of task-oriented jobs, and it will give us a lot of time to communicate between ourselves with the right brain. A last example, so that you can figure out what's going on. When you go to a doctor, 30 minutes, there is 20 minutes of pathology, analysis, symptomatic analogy. He asks you, how do you feel? Does it hurt? 5 minutes of pathology, which is, he goes into his memory to see, the case he knows. If not, you go to a specialist. And 5 minutes of small talks. How is your mother, your cat, or whatever? What is amazing, in my view, human being invents very sophisticated machines, cars, train, planes. You will never take a car if your tires are flat or you have no electricity or petrol. In a plane, there is about 4,000 control, and a train 300. The only weak signal when we wake up is we're tired, we don't feel good, it's too late. So the medicine, and we're working in one of our company on analyzing the magnetic resonance of the body, as an example. When you do a RAM, it analyzes everything on your body. So if you have a cancer, your organ will do beep beep, but if it makes toot toot, that means you have a kind of tumor. So we can imagine that in a near future, we'll have some small sensors that will analyze real time all the KPIs of your body. So you will come to the doctor with a dashboard. He knows exactly what he has, what you have, and then the symptomatic analysis will last 1 minute, the pathology 4 minutes, and there will be either another patient or we'll have small work. So to conclude, AI will simplify our life. The task-oriented, boring stuff will go like that, and it will give more opportunity to connect ourselves and to create a better world, between humans. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much, François. That's the sunny side of the AI road, which we might discuss later on. Now, His Excellency Omran Sharaf has the floor. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here, and it's such an honor and pleasure to be here to speak about a very, very important topic. For me, AI is just the beginning of bigger challenges and opportunities that emerging and critical technologies will be bringing to nations, to regions, and to geopolitics. Earlier we spoke about it from a technical point of view. Today I would like to, from my side, I would like to focus a little bit more on the political side of emerging technology and critical technology, which includes AI. In the past, technology played a vital role in shaping the geopolitical landscape in the background. Today, with AI and other upcoming emerging technologies, that role has shifted to being in the front line. Why I'm saying this is because in the past, advanced technologies were only focused or within the reach and the capacity and capability of state actors. But today we have non-state actors who are actually having access to this technology, developing this technology, and having a say in how this technology gets shaped down the line. So because of this, the impact on the equation that defines geopolitics has changed. Technology such as AI and others, whether it's genomes, whether it's quantum, and there was a recent breakthrough with quantum, will change ways nations deal with each other and work with each other. And AI is an excellent platform or opportunity for us to learn from it and how to prepare. In general, as nations, we've been very reactive when it came to actually dealing with AI, I believe. Some people are panicking, some people are not. And I think there are much more opportunities that will bring than challenges. The question is, how do we govern it? Do we regulate it, or do we nurture it for it to go in the right direction? And these debates need to happen at, I guess, multilateral platforms and bilateral discussions, in which nations have to be discussing this, but at the same time not hinder or stop the progress of development in this important field that brings a lot of benefits to humanity. That takes me to the next point. When it comes to also nations working together, collaborating, and the relationship that being established between them, countries will have to revise their approach in establishing relationships with countries, with blocs, or even working with countries that they might not see eye to eye with because of AI and other emerging technologies. The way that these technologies get applied and used are getting more complicated. So in the past, it was very easy to speak about a nation's political system, a nation's society's setup, the demography, and so on, and building kind of that relationship or the ties with other nations, whether it's strategic or transactional. Today, with emerging technologies, that has changed a lot. That requires more depth, better understanding of other countries' point of views. The reason why I'm saying is this, because the risks are too high of having very diverged discussions or multipolar discussions when it comes to emerging technologies such as AIs. Why? Because you'll have different set of code of ethics coming up, different guidelines, different blocks not working together. That is very dangerous. And the fact that this technology is very complex actually requires us to work together. Because actually, from an efficiency point of view, it's more efficient and effective for us to collaborate rather than to have different blocks not working together on this important and critical capability. So this is just my intervention that I'd like to start with, and I think I'd like to give the opportunity for us to have more focus on the questions that will be upcoming. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So you raised the issue of emergent technologies. We haven't yet talked about converging technologies, but it's in the background, and we may go back to that. But first, we will hear Professor Lee Tiedrich. Lee, please.
Thank you, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me here. And I have to say at the outset, I wear a lot of different hats, and today I'm expressing my personal views and not speaking on behalf of the US government or any other institution. To pick up on the comments of some of my colleagues, I really want to kind of hone in on the governance issues with respect to AI. I think it's fair to say the AI technology has developed so quickly, and policymakers around the globe are working at breakneck speed to try to catch up. And it really is a situation where the policymakers are leaning in. And to come back to some of the points that Daniel and Francois made at the outset, at the end of the day, the goal really is, AI is a technology that has so much potential, and how do we capitalize on all the benefits for society, not just both economic benefits, but also social good benefits. But then, as you also said at the outset, there are lots of potential harms and risks, and how do we come up with structures in order to mitigate those harms and risks and try to protect society. And what we've seen, it's still a story that's playing out, how to do this. But I think one thing that's become really clear is that it's a global and multidisciplinary endeavor. As somebody with a background in engineering who practiced law, I feel very strongly that it has to be multidisciplinary. We need to have laws and policies that work, that companies can operationalize, governments can operationalize and work in practice. And because of the connected nature of our world, it has become a global game. And we are seeing that certain jurisdictions have really jumped out ahead in terms of the regulatory approach. I'm sure many of you from Europe are familiar with the EU AI Act, which is one of the landmark legislation that was passed earlier this year. And it's a very comprehensive set of legislation. The EU AI Office and CENCENELAC, the European Standards Organizations, are working on trying to implement this. China has actually been pretty proactive in terms of adopting AI regulation. Other jurisdictions, including the United States, the UK, many Asian countries have taken a more deregulatory approach. In the US, about a year ago, President Biden had signed the AI executive order. We're going to have to wait and see what President Trump decides to do. And because of the need to create some level of harmonization, what I've seen through my work in the last couple years is that the multilateral organizations are playing a really important role in trying to create some level of harmonization. I think where we are today is different countries are going to have different laws, which is their prerogative. They need to adopt laws that fit their cultures and society, but we want to have some level of harmonization. And just to give you some examples of what we're seeing, I mean, the G7 has played a really important role with the Hiroshima AI process. They adopted principles, they've adopted a code of conduct. Now they're working at setting up a voluntary monitoring scheme, and they're working very closely with the OECD, who you'll hear from on the next panel. We've also seen a series of safety summits that have been held, starting with the UK at Bletchley Park, and China attended that, as well as Western countries, so it's another basis of collaboration. And through that, under the leadership of Yoshua Bengio, there is a scientific committee that is working on scientific reports to try to come up with some consensus around the science. Different countries have adopted different safety institutes, and unsurprisingly, the UN has really stepped in to play an important role. UNESCO adopted an agreement in 2021 around AI. With, recently with the Global Digital Compact, the UN AI High-Level Advisory Board and others are going to be working toward establishing a scientific panel, and also be working on trying to coordinate governance. So, I think really has evolved into a global and multidisciplinary game. And I think part of what this also means for companies is, I always say to people, I can't tell you what the legal landscape is going to look like a year from now, but what I do feel comfortable saying is that it's going to change. So I think companies need to also have very much of a global multidisciplinary approach. At the design phase, you need to have your design and your engineers talking to the law, policy people, ethics people, and it has to be a continuous process to account for change. One of the issues that I've been working on, wearing my Global Partnership on AI OECD hat, is the impact of AI on the environment. And again, this also presents a lot of challenges and opportunities. Through the work that we've done through GPAY OECD, we've produced reports on how AI can be an agent to help abate some of the climate issues that we've been encountering, as well as biodiversity loss. Examples are using AI to try to improve the electric grid, try to optimize the use of renewables, smart agriculture. There are lots of great examples, but all you have to do is pick up the papers, and there are reports about the extreme energy demands of AI systems. So again, how do we optimize the benefits, mitigate the risks? And I think it all comes down to science. One of the things that we need are better measurement techniques, so we can both measure the benefits, measure the impacts.
Thank you so much, Lee. So perhaps we should have a short discussion among the panelists before we open the floor. So maybe how about the following idea? I mean, does everyone in the panel agree with my idea and the idea of the previous speaker too in session before, that what AI is good at is providing assistance to all sorts of tasks? While I think, at least it's my opinion, and I'd like you to say if you agree, whether the ideal of creating an entirely autonomous thinking machine is both unreachable and undesirable. And people in the industry who talk about AGI, most of them very clearly have this goal in sight. They think that what AI is heading for is creating essentially fully autonomous cognitive machines equivalent to, if not better than, us. And I disagree. I think it's first unfeasible. I don't think we have anything like the ideas to reach that goal, and it's undesirable. So with this provocative statement, I would like to invite you to react. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I think one thing, I think I said this last year, the competition is very unfair. When you look at the speed of treatment of information is speed light, 300 kilometers per second. If I touch my iPhone, I did this last year, so I'm not going to repeat it. I have sensors here. The speed of the information going to my brain is 60 meters per second. The speed in my brain is 100 meters per second. So let's assume you're writing a thesis, you arrive in the National Library, you need to look at 10,000 pages in 24 volumes. It will take you, months.
A lifetime.
A lifetime. AI will look at LLMs and LQMs, will look at all the information, will synthesize of it, and with ChatGPT and +2 equivalent, will write you exactly if this was you. So my view on that is all the task-oriented things, which are boring, are going to be outsourced. So Eman says this, I don't think job will disappear. I think it will create lots of new jobs. I gave the examples of the doctors. It's a question of evolution also of the technology. And one point also we need to understand is when you give toys to kids, you don't know what they're going to do with this. Remember, the first SMS I made in Japan was an emergency system for people. And the teens who are very shy use this SMS system to communicate to each other. So 14 girls, 14 boys, they try to communicate. And SMS was then sent to Europe by Bouygues, by the way, and SMS became a major communication. So nobody can predict how AI will be used because it's self-developing. And at the end of the day, and I think you mentioned this, Daniel, we make the call. AI will be never more than a super chief of staff that will bring options on things, but at the end, we will decide.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree with you. Sir.
So I do believe, as I mentioned earlier, AI will not just be an assistant to us in making things easier. I really think it will redefine way nations will work together. The capacity and capability they will have, strategic ones, will be defined by that. Nations having certain challenges, national challenges related to the environment, food resources, water resources, will rely on AI to help them manage these challenges and find solutions. Nations that are facing issues with the dry climate, same thing. The trade and logistic systems will be impacted by AI and more efficiency will come into play. Healthcare systems, biotechnology will all be affected by that. So I think really if you look at it from a much bigger picture, it will redefine the geopolitical landscape. There are challenges, but I think the benefits and the opportunities are much bigger than the challenges. I think we need to focus on building partnerships and between nations and addressing each country's needs and challenges, because let's be realistic, each nation needs to serve their national interests at the end of the day. And with AI, I think it will be a force that will force nations to work together to serve their national interests. If you look at it also from a responsible behavior point of view, countries will have different definitions initially. How do we define responsible behavior in AI? Why? Because countries interpret things slightly differently. the thresholds are different. And one example, for example, when it comes to defining, let's say, extremism, some countries have different thresholds for extremism versus others. Why? Because their demography, their system, their societal structure is very different than other nations. In a country that has more than 200 nationalities, living together, working together, different cultures, different background, will have different tolerance level to extremism than a country that has less diverse combination of people. How do I translate that into technology and applications? At the same time, make sure that I work with partnering nations and understanding that difference. And then, again, bringing transparency into it, bringing responsible behavior into it, and putting the safeguards for that responsible behavior. It's a very difficult question to answer.
Right, right. Thank you very much. Yes, it really raises the issue before I ask Lee to react. One talks a lot about AI ethics or maybe AI soft law, and that's usually directed to the people who develop the systems. But there's also a matter of who uses the systems and how. So that's almost all of us in our private lives and in our professional lives. And of course, we are bound to ethics as well. But in order to behave ethically with our AI tools, we need to understand AI better. We collectively, people need to be educated to what AI is, what AI can do, what you should ask from AI, and so as to use it ethically, just as we use ethically as far as we can. At least we have ethical codes for driving cars, for using weapons and all of that. It's the same for AI, and that aspect, that dimension of AI ethics by the user, by the end user, is, I think, underdeveloped. It's one of the challenges that I think we have to meet. Please, Lee.
Yeah, I think building on those comments, it's important to keep in mind people use the term AI and it doesn't refer to one thing. From a technological standpoint, there are lots of different types of technology that can be considered AI. You've got natural language processing, machine learning. So there's a variety of different technologies, and every day it seems like new technology is developing. And then also kind of building on this conversation, there are lots of different use cases. Some of the more benign use cases are personal assistants that help with scheduling. Obviously, as you start moving it into the criminal justice system or granting loans to people or using it in the medical context, the risks get higher. And I think it's really important to sort of break it down. I call it ethics and compliance by design, both at the policy level as well as at the individual company level, and make really good choices informed by ethics on how do we want to use this, looking at the tools that we have today and the tools that we'll continue to develop in terms of standards, risk management frameworks on if we're going to use this tool, how can we mitigate against the risks? Human oversight, testing, validation are really important ways that we, tools that we can use to mitigate risks. And I think one of the things that we'll need to develop and is in the process of developing is standards. So that I think will also help give people more comfort on using a certain tool for certain purposes should not be as risky. And I think these are all things we're going to see develop over the next couple of years.
Wonderful. I think we seem to converge on this idea of we need a lot of human intelligence in order to make intelligent use of AI. That's one way of summing up what we've just, I think, agreed upon. Now, we've left, thanks to the excellent chairmanship, we have 15 minutes for the general discussion. So you first, yes, and then you, and then others, and you. Please, sir. No, the one before. Behind you. No, you're, yes, yes. Please identify yourselves and wait for the mic to show up. Microphone, microphone, no? Yes?
Thank you. My name is Krishnamurthy from Indonesia. My question is to Excellency Mr. Sharaf. I would like to learn what is your experience, your own country experience, how you use AI to increase the productivity of your people and at the same time maintaining the ethical and cultural guidance for using it. Thank you.
Please. Thank you for that question. I mean, it's a little bit too early to say, how far we've got with that because the UAE has been very engaged in this area since 2017 and even before that with different entities, organizations, positions established focused on that. So when it comes to governing and building capacity and capability, we have good experience as a country. We have a university that's dedicated for AI. We have a private sector that is working on cutting-edge AI-related technology like G42. We have a ministry focused on AI. We've been very engaged at multilateral discussions with regards to the governance of the AI sector and how do we come up with international norms and guidelines with regards to AI and the code of ethics. So we are, I believe the UAE is a leading nation when it comes to that. Now, when it comes to the technology, we have, as I said, the private sector that works on it. We have our academic sector, different universities that works in this area. But has it been fully translated into applications? I think it's work in progress, not just in the UAE, but globally. All the things that we've seen so far has been still in the demo phase or the qualification phase, which sooner or later will become fully operational, I believe. So I'm talking about AI from a point of view as in not just normal, regular machine learning. I'm talking about advanced, cutting-edge stuff that's been mentioned earlier on this panel. So I think globally we are not there yet to be fully operational, but we are on the path and it will happen soon. And I really think our technological development in this field and our legal governance development will happen in parallel. I don't think one we cannot stop the development, the technical one, until we catch up legally or from let's say a governance point of view. So that will happen in parallel. And I think the more divergence or polarization happens in these political discussions related to AI, the more we will fall back compared to the development that's happening technically. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Next, you, sir.
My name is Meir Shitrit. I'm from Israel. Israel is one of the most advanced countries in the world with AI and technology. I know that AI creates a lot of opportunities and possibilities in the future, which are totally unbelievable. Israel, for example, was the country in which all the new artificial intelligence of Apple had been developed in Israel, all of it. So I know many people in Israel who deal with AI. It creates a lot of possibilities for the human being. But on the other side, it creates a very high risk to the human beings. Think Stephen Hawking, Bill Gates, Elon Musk. Three of them said that AI is representing a danger to the existence of the human being in the future. And they're right, in my opinion, because there is the possibilities and to act with AI are so huge and so unbelievable, because I've seen some, which I believe that we have to take steps how to control it. Today, there is no control over the AI. The companies which operated the AI didn't have any control over them. They do whatever they want. And I think the governments, which, I'm sorry to say, most of the politicians do not understand high-tech and AI. Of course, artificial technology. It has a lot of advantages, but we have to put some limits. What they can do, what they cannot do. Because the possibilities are so huge. It's really unbelievable what you could do with AI. And there is a danger, in my opinion, there is a real danger if people will not control it. Therefore, I'm asking, what do you think should we do in order really to control that the people who are operating the AI in the world would not pass the border, which is supposed not to pass.
Thank you. Yes, there's a lot of discussion on so-called existential risks, and I have my own opinion, but I'm only the chairman, not the panelist, so perhaps one of you would like to discuss this issue of control and existential risk.
Well, I think, you know, the policy, I mean, the global policy arena is looking at this issue, and people are divided on kind of the existential risk issue and how imminent that is. But what we are seeing is a lot of attention on the safety issues. For example, the EU AI Act bans certain type of AI within the EU, and that impacts any business, whether they're located in the EU or not, if they're doing business in the EU, for what they call high-risk AI systems. There's a lot of regulations, and all the standards are being adopted right now on data governance, risk governance, testing. Even in countries that are less regulated than the EU is, we're seeing the safety institutes being stood up. There was a summit in November in San Francisco hosted by the US Safety Institute, and part of what they're trying to do is figure out, you know, how they can do testing of large language models. So it's a work in progress, and I think everyone is aware that there are risks here that need to be managed.
I have a lot to say. I must shut up. Sir, the question is yours, and then you, and then you. Yes, please.
There's a lady there who wants to.
There's a lady there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be
Gotta give
the
opportunities
last
for the ladies
fourth
also.
one. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Volker Pertes from Germany. My question is triggered by Omran's presentation, and thank you for that and for all the others. I think you laid out that AI needs multilateral regulation because, as you said, we cannot discuss it in a multipolar setting, but also that it has to serve national interests. And you're working in a foreign ministry. So I wonder how AI actually does serve national foreign policies. For what I know about AI, and it is working on patterns, on regularities and irregularities, it should make foreign policies better in predictions, in foresight. But if I look at the reality in your region or any others, it doesn't seem we have become better in foresight. So do you think AI is already helping you, is useless, or will help you better? Thank you.
Very good question. Well, I think, saying the very biased Emirati, that UAE has been very quite accurate in its assessment of what's happening in the region with regards to its foreign policy, I think, in general. Having said that, I do think, yes, AI will help us generate more accurate scenarios. There's no one scenario, you know, when it comes to actually trying to foresight or assess what would happen in the future. Usually you come up with scenarios, multiple scenarios. So the accuracy of that scenario, of those scenarios that will be considered by policymakers will probably be more accurate, given that you'll be able to have access to more data and will be able to analyze more data faster. So this is kind of a natural way that it will come with it. But again, when I mentioned it from a political point of view, I didn't mention it just as it being applied in foreign policy, but I meant actually in the actual geopolitics and the landscape of that. And this is the big challenge. As I said, I mean, the reality is nations need to serve their national interest. But also there's another reality that AI is so complicated, it is so advanced, it is so easy relatively when it comes to applications to kind of build capacity around it from a software point of view if you have the right set of skills. You know, it's not like building a nuclear reactor. You have to have facilities, like huge facilities. So it brings that complexity that sort of forces nations to put their differences aside and start working together.
Yeah. If I may add, the human mind is also a very complex machine, and it's not only a matter of computing power or speed. And as long as we don't entirely know how the human mind works, and we're very far from it, it'll be very hard to predict to what extent AI can approach human intelligence. I think they're both, I wrote a book in which I say that AI and human intelligence are a double enigma, two enigmas working one with the other, which does not prevent us from making progress, but should make us, relatively humble about futures like superintelligence and autonomy, responsibility, and so on. But let's move on to, yes, this gentleman and this gentleman and the lady in the back, and that'll be it. We have 4 minutes left, so let's be brief.
I'll be brief. This person is Steve Erlanger from the New York Times, and I wonder what artificial intelligence will tell us about the future of HTS in Syria. That's a bit of a joke, particularly for the UAE. But we haven't talked about the military applications of AI, which I think are the most serious right now. You see it in Ukraine. You see Russians using it. You see drones that can smell. You see an entirely different form of warfare. We're talking about autonomous torpedoes, naval ships, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
I know we don't have much time, but I mean, this is a topic I think that interests quite a lot of people, particularly people looking toward the next 5 or 6 years and the dangers to European security. Thank you.
I can answer to this.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very good question. When you look at how AI works from a software point of view, including some quantum models, LLMs or LQMs, our brain can solve differential equation, level 4, 5. When you look at fixed rate, drug discovery, or when you look at new materials, you have so many data, so many entry points, that when you do this here, it makes this here. AI will bring an additional thinking process that can manage a lot of entry points and give options. So, in other words, AI will not solve the war. It will give a more proactive options how to solve the war and go to peace. Exactly when you want to discover new molecules, it takes 10 years, or if you want to create a new materials, it will take 7 years. The AI quantum base will allow the system to have much more entry point, exactly because we reach the capacity of the brain to solve multi-entry point problem. That's why I see it. But it will never solve the war.
Yeah. Nevertheless, the battlefield, the autonomous battle, the automatic battlefield is what I call the predicament. There's no solution to it. We just have to, face it as best we can. But it is a predicament, indeed. Hervé, and then the lady in the back. Hervé Mariton.
A remark and a question. The remark is with AI and as a whole with cyber issues. When we had the panel about Ukraine, we didn't really tackle the issue of cyber and AI attacks. Actually, what does Article 5 of NATO mean? You can have no attack on a territory, but a lot of attacks on AI and cyber systems in different states, and that can be a real problem in the future, obviously. The question is, we were talking about regulation, regulation in Europe, which actually has been criticized in France, regulation in California has been hinted to before in the conversation. And we're in a movement today where obviously with the Trump administration, we're hearing a lot against regulation. So how do you answer to the fact that we're at a moment where we're asking more regulation, multilateral regulation and effort on regulation on AI, with obviously a tendency on the American administration, but obviously this also has consequences in Europe. We read a lot in France, with companies saying against regulation as a whole, not particularly on AI, but we're in an anti-regulatory movement as a whole, coming from the States, but having also influence in Europe, and at a time when we need something on AI. So how do you imagine making progress on regulation in AI at a time when there's an overall feeling against regulation?
Lee, it's for you.
Well, I think we need to, we need to give the Trump administration an opportunity to get in and see what they're going to do. When during Trump's first term, he also had a couple AI executive orders President Biden has used AI executive orders, so we're going to have to see how that plays out. I think coming back to something Daniel had said earlier, you know, regulation, laws, policies can come in a lot of different ways. You can have what they call hard law, which is the EU approach. They passed the EU AI Act, which is law. You can also have soft law approach in terms of standards. Something even the Biden administration has relied upon have been voluntary commitments from companies. You know, I think one thing that's going to be really important that will help with global harmonization is, you know, the global process working together to come up with common standards. And if we have that, countries that may prefer a more voluntary approach can leave it voluntary. Countries, jurisdictions such as the EU that prefer to have more hard regulation can rely upon that. I think in talking to companies, even having standards, you know, gives them a guideline on what they should do. It would help courts from a U.S. perspective help interpret what's reasonable. So, you know, I think as we wait to see what the future holds in terms of whether we're going to have more regulation or not, continuing to work on the standards and establishing the common baseline is going to be really important.
So, I'm sorry, we're over time, but I did promise the lady out there that she asked a question, and Omar has something to say briefly. Go ahead.
Just on this point about, very quickly just to add on what I said earlier, there's no anti-regulation kind of mindset or approach to AI, I believe. I think the mindset is more of a, we cannot fully regulate something that we don't fully understand. I think that's kind of the philosophy approaching it. And earlier, there's something was mentioned about the usage of AI in military. Whatever we're seeing today, this is nothing. This is like literally, this is not really the usage of AI for me. This is not like the AI that we actually are talking about. So I think there's much more that needs to be discussed at the military domain when it comes to the application of it. But then we need to keep in mind that the distinction between civilian and military technology is kind of fading away. Today we're seeing literally commercially off-the-shelf technologies or component being utilized by violent non-state actors and by violent states sometimes, and deploying it in the field to cause negative disruption. So with that mindset, we need to keep in mind it's very difficult for us to just come and put a regulation, because it's much more complicated than we think it is. Sorry, I hope I didn't take too much.
Thank you very much. Last question, the lady out there. Very sorry to be
I am
late.
the lady up there. I'm Sylvie Ouziel, and I'm deploying AI agents and assistants at scale for corporations. So I'm all on the sunny side of AI. But I wanted to come back to your matrix, you know, plotting opportunities in terms of technology readiness and dangerousness. And I see a lot of discussions about corporations being cautious, explainable AI, possible bias, possible mistakes, and so on. But I would like to come back to the military use cases. And we know the US are now developing autonomous drones, which is a reality. It's called Terminator, as we all know. And some other countries like France ruled out autonomous drones, but the very valid argument is that some countries will end up developing them. So what do we think about regulating such military use cases, which seem much more interesting to me than the corporate issues we could be facing?
Thank you. J'ai pas compris. Who wants to?
Yeah, we're talking about drones, no?
Yeah, autonomous fight drones, yeah.
Yeah, it's like autonomous car, you know, they program by software, but autonomous drone is like rockets, you know. If you want to go to A to B, you can say nuclear bombs, you can say drones and whatever. There is nothing to, it's not related to AI. The difference what AI does is to take a holistic view of the situation and incorporate lots of data and give to the head of the commander a lot of information. So it's a, I would say, I will not talk about AI, artificial intelligence, I will say augmented intelligence, that gathering a lot of information but if your question is, they will attack the world, you know, taking over, it will never happen, because at the end of the day, we're the boss, and they are the chief of staff.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very good conclusion. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for our panelists. And let's give a round of applause.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this last panel before lunch, devoted to AI, artificial intelligence, but more from a business transformation perspective. So since OpenAI went public with ChatGPT precisely 2 years back, the world discovered the power of generative AI. Machines can now understand and interact in natural language, sound and images, getting closer than ever to human intelligence. With 250 million users worldwide today, ChatGPT turns out to be the fastest adopted application ever. Last October, 2 Nobel Prizes have been awarded, one in physics to the pioneers scientific of machine learning and deep learning and machine learning, actually, and one in chemistry to 3 scientists that have been involved in also a breakthrough innovation of AI modeling of proteins. This is clearly the utmost recognition of how these steps are absolutely paramount in the artificial intelligence journey. Since then, I must say, things have been accelerating massively. And this is due also to private capital pouring into that new technology. To take an example, and solely in the enterprise software space, AI and Gen AI segment has been attracting in 2024 $27 billion of VC, venture capital, and private equity funding, which is exactly 6 times more than 2 years back, and 30% of the entire segment. On that front of private capital supporting this new technology, as we've seen in the last 2 panels, the GAFAM are definitely leading the way. OpenAI is the famous example, backed by Microsoft, raised $14 billion. In the last round, 6.6 billion, and is valued $157 billion. The second one in row is Anthropic, supported by Amazon, raised 8 billion and is valued 40. In parallel, of course, Meta and Google are developing their own models, but they are not the only game in town. Just on the US front, 44 startups in 2024 have raised more than $100 million, which gives a sense of how buoyant this segment and this space is. These record fundings are underpinned by an unprecedented expectation of value creation. Bloomberg analysts are predicting that artificial intelligence market would be worth $1,300 billion by 2032, about half of French GDP and 3 times more than the luxury market, 3 times as big, I must say. So for sure, and we had examples over the last 2 panels, generative AI is transforming our lives, the way we work, warfare, but also across the board, research and development. It's boosting research and development, which is a factor acceleration of innovation itself. To take the example that is the most promising, I mentioned the AI modeling of proteins before, but on the new therapies, generative AI is opening new ways and promising for personalized medicine, which is one of the hopes, okay? For business leaders, generative AI is expected to bring the next frontier of automation and productivity. No doubt that, and no surprise, that in our Capgemini Research Institute latest survey, Gen AI appeared as being an item on board agenda for 96% of respondents. If we now deep dive on enterprise level, the co-pilots and assistants are promising to turn workforce into augmented employees. And in this session, we'll take a look at precisely 3 examples illustrating that factor. Along these expected benefits, we can't ignore that generative AI is also raising some fundamental concerns. A few examples. The fact that scientists signed an open letter in 2023 urging for a pause on AI research and the development of ethics and regulation resonates with an unprecedented fear about tech singularity. An hypothetical point where computers would transcend human intelligence. Nobel Prize Geoffrey Hinton himself alerting on AI-related risk for humanity the day after he received the Nobel Prize. Or Davos 2024 summit pointing to disinformation risk. All this explains why Gen AI is also a hot topic on political agendas, and that was very well detailed by Lee Tidrich in the previous session. France hosting mid-February the Artificial Intelligence Action Summit, the third of its kind, by the way, is very likely going to put a lot of emphasis on the question of international governance of AI. Now, if we focus on Gen AI enterprise adoption, a few examples of what's on the critical path. We heard that large language models can hallucinate. Of course, for enterprise adoption, explainability, auditability, and transparency are absolutely paramount. Then you need to train these large language models on huge sets of data. This raises intellectual property rights and data protection issues, not a trivial topic for policymakers, as demonstrated by the recently published EU AI Act. Moreover, the environmental impact of Gen AI cannot be ignored. LLMs are very compute intensive. To give you an example, a search on ChatGPT is 10 times more compute intensive than a search on Google. The amount of data that is generated is doubling every 2 years, raising the need for data centers, which are expected in numbers to increase by 48% between now and 2030, with the correlating amount, of course, of energy power needed. So, International Agency for Energy is expecting data centers to consume by 2026 as much as Japan itself. The good news is that foundational models are not limited to large language models. Innovation is still going on that front. And in this session, you will hear about new technologies and different foundation models. One with Rotem about cognitive language model, and later on with Liquid about liquid foundation models. So on this panel, it is my pleasure to welcome on stage today Lucia Russo, economist and policy analyst in the Artificial Intelligence and Digital Emerging Technologies Division of OECD, Rotem Alalouf, Chief Executive Officer of One.ai, Iso Kent, co-founder and Chief Technology Officer of Poolside, who is joining us, thank you Iso, through Visio, as well as Felix Nazer, Chief Operating Officer at Liquid AI, through a recorded video. So, Lucia, we heard about policymakers, but we heard also about the hopes of competitive gains, and OECD is working on all that. Could you tell us a little bit about OECD perspective on Gen AI promise for productivity?
Thank you, Lucia, and first of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this very insightful event. So I will give a bit of background of the OECD role in the international AI governance landscape. At the OECD, we have been deeply involved in international AI governance for some years now. A cornerstone of our work has been the adoption of the OECD recommendation on artificial intelligence, which were adopted in 2019. And back then, they were the very first intergovernmental standard providing guidance to policymakers and practitioners on how to promote innovative, trustworthy AI that is aligned with human rights and democratic values. And since then, the work at the OECD has been to provide policymakers with guidance on how to move from these principles to practice. And we have a number of activities related to that, including a network of experts, and Lit Friedrich is one of our experts, for instance, because we truly believe that multidisciplinarity and multi-stakeholder cooperation is what matters in this field. And another key example is the OECD AI Policy Observatory, which is a platform that provides data and trends around AI, including policy developments, and all of this to inform decision making. So, for instance, one of the data points that also was mentioned by Lucia, of course, is this surge in investment. And for instance, we have noticed that since 2022, generative AI, investment in generative AI startups have raised from 1% of the total venture capital to 18%. And so this is testimony, the surge to the potential that the technology holds, and we heard many of these already being eloquently explained by previous speakers around potentials for personalized education, for accelerated drug discovery, and in general for breakthroughs in research and science. And ultimately for productivity gains across sectors of the economy. So when it comes to productivity gains, and if we can move to the next slide, their estimates actually widely diverge. And here, this is work done by colleagues in the economic department who recently released this paper. You can see the title on the right corner. And what they've done is they've contributed to this debate that, as you see, has quite a divergent outcome, because you can see that estimates are as modest as 0.1 percentage point of annual labor productivity gains, that is the study by Acemoglu, to 1.5 percentage points. And where does the OECD colleagues landed is somewhere in between 0.5 and 0.9 percentage points of contribution to annual productivity gains. So what does this tell us? It tells us that there is potential to boost productivity through AI, yet not to revamp productivity to the levels that we had in the 60s, though, of course, these estimates are subject to some factors. And these factors are notably the capabilities of AI systems, their integration across sectors, including, for instance, in robotics, the reallocation of factors across sectors, and this is perhaps the most important adoption that we heard already by previous speakers as being one of the key factors enabling actually competitiveness and productivity gains. And I think we'll hear more through concrete cases later on. So what also this points to is, of course, to the role of policymakers. And just to perhaps talk about, also complement this picture of the sunny side, as it was called by the previous moderator, let's just touch upon the challenges that we see, and Lucia has outlined some of them. Those that are mostly concerning policymakers around generative AI are related, for instance, to mis and disinformation. And we know this is not a new phenomenon, but the scale of content generation and propagation that has come about with generative AI has, of course, accelerated. Intellectual property rights, as we know, these models are trained on large corpora of text or other material that is often copyrighted, and so this raises a question of fair remuneration of authors. Labor market implications, these are also concerns, although, for instance, the OECD Digital Economy Outlook outlines that they have not yet materialized as we were thinking would have disrupted labor markets. So just to conclude on this, again, I would like to align the role that policymakers must play in governing these risks while fostering these innovative gains. So first is to build trust in AI, because demand of these systems hinges upon the fact that users trust that systems are transparent, are accountable, are safe, and this is through policy frameworks that ensure safety, transparency, and accountability, but not hamper innovation. And second, and perhaps the most important one, is support AI adoption through investments that in complementary assets, digital infrastructure, intangibles, but perhaps most importantly, skills, to enable the development of the deployment of these technologies, and third, facilitating reallocation of factors across the economy, and this includes labor, so facilitating transitions of the labor market, but also ensuring that capital is reallocated through well-developed financial systems. So I'll stop here, but happy to contribute to the conversation later.
Thank you, Lucia. And let's deep dive into examples. And I suggest we start with an example of co-pilot or assistant of the marketing officer. It's interesting because generally it's associated with creativity. So the solution we're going to demonstrate in a very short 90 seconds video is called Typeface. It's US-based. And the reason it's very short, so let me explain what you're going to see. You're going to see how out of a simple question expressed as a prompt, the solution is suggesting to the marketing officer a number of ideas, so it's ideating itself, that the marketing officer can pick and choose to then decide what channel is going to use, SMS, mails, or social medias, and the marketing campaign can then adapt and be customized to the targeted segments that the marketing officer wants to touch. So let's look at the video. But a perfect illustration of an assistant in one very specific role, the marketing officer. Let's now turn to you, ISO, with Poolside, because this is also a very specific assistant for the software developer, right? So Poolside is the new generation of GenAI coding assistants. I must say that it's a very young startup because Poolside came out of stealth last October and successfully closed a 500 million equity round at a 3 billion valuation. So a perfect illustration of the GenAI new generation, just 12 months after its creation. What's the magic about poolside ISO?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, Lucia. Poolside focuses entirely on building the world's most capable AI, targeting software development capabilities. Our view is that in the next 10 years, the gap between human capabilities in software development and machine intelligence is going to almost entirely close. But we were also very aware that the vast majority of software developers in the world and where economic value gets created sits inside large enterprises. Right? The world doesn't often realize that JP Morgan has 50,000 software developers. And so Poolside entirely focuses not just on pushing capabilities in AI and software development, but also making sure that they can actually be deployed securely and put in action inside large, complex enterprise and government environments.
Interesting. So you're going to bring possibly, you're going to contribute to the problem of labor shortage in that space. So that's going to be interesting. But what struck me when you went public, ISO, is that with your co-founder, Jason Warren, by the way, former CTO of GitHub Copilot, now part of Microsoft, you published a manifesto talking about artificial general intelligence. Can you tell us more? That was very, very striking.
So often when I'm in rooms like this, I like to ask the audience, how many people here fully believe that within the next decade, human intelligence, at least in areas that are economically valuable, we are going to entirely close this gap between what we're capable of and what AI is capable of. And very often we see a lot of hands in the room that go up. I posit that actually the vast majority of us are still underestimating what is going to happen in the coming decades. And Poolside's point of view is the following, is when we look at foundation models today, what they are fundamentally are when we have extremely large-scale data, the web for large language models, or Elon putting millions of cars on the road for solving full self-driving. These models are fundamentally compression of that data into a neural network, a model, that forces generalization, essentially what we refer to as intelligence. And the reason I mention this in context of our manifesto is that areas where we have extremely large data, or we are able to gather it, like putting millions of cars on the road, or we are able to synthetically generate and verify it, areas that can be simulated, like software development, we are going to see that gap close first. And our belief is that the path towards AGI, which is, I think, a poorly defined term, but let's take it as closing the gap entirely between human intelligence and machine intelligence and all things that we consider economically valuable, is going to go through first closing that gap in software development. And not to give a monologue, but to TLDR it really comes to the fact that when we are dealing with the training of these models, we need to be able to tell them, as we are generating more and more data, when they are right and when they are wrong. And in domains that are deterministic, like code, where we can execute it, we can test it, we can verify it, we're able to push these models to more correct, complex reasoning and correct coding capabilities faster than we might be in other areas. And so our view is that the road to AGI is going to go through building the world's most capable capabilities in software development and coding first, and secondly, only in other areas.
Wow, that's very, very interesting. And by the way, that makes me an easy transition to Rotem, because Rotem, with One.ai, what you're putting to the market is a platform that allows to build assistants in different roles that can collaborate one with another, right? This sounds very futuristic.
Yeah, so thanks a lot for inviting me here, and thanks a lot for the introduction. So the core things that One is doing is what we call artificial workforces. So we have the human workforce today, and we are working on an artificial version for companies to be able to have those agents collaborating together between themselves first, but also with humanity. So if we are thinking at the first generation of what happened with generative AI, the focus was to see how we are able to create a single artificial brain that is able to take information and to generate responses based on it. If we are thinking about the human brain in that context, so the human brain didn't change a lot during the last thousands of years, but the society and information flows between different humans is what enables us to step up and create most of the things that we've created today. There's still a lot of work on the artificial brain. We call it, what we are working on, we are calling it cognitive language models, with improved reasoning capabilities and planning capabilities and self-awareness capabilities that are working a bit differently than transformers today, that have several gaps. One of them is the need to have a lot of data, and as mentioned before, it's much easier to get to human capabilities when you have these execution capabilities after that you are able to get feedback into the system. And actually, coding is one of those, because you can run the program and see if it's working, get the output of it back to the models and have this feedback loop. But there are also other ways to get to those points. So there are still a lot of work in how we are creating this artificial brain. But as humanity evolved based on society interactions and working together, the next generation of the technology, we believe, is going to go to build a society of agents, a group of agents that are able to collaborate together and able to evolve over time. So let's take an example of a company today. Let's say Capgemini in that case. They are running and executing a lot of tasks. And when they understand that they have gaps in the executions, they will hire new people in order to execute the tasks in a better way next time. We want to enable agents in a similar processes. So they are able to execute the tasks that they have, that they are tasked from the human's part. And if they believe that they can do it better next time, we want this group to self-evolve, to kind of hire a new agent automatically, autonomously, in order to be able to run it in a better way. So very similar to what was discussed before, because the task was executed and we got some feedback from humans, ideally, at the end of this process, we are able to compare those two groups of agents after that. So having a group that is executing tasks, checking the inefficiencies in the execution, or at least assuming what's the inefficiencies and what's the solution, creating a new group of agents that is better, with new functionalities, with new roles that were added to this group, and then continuing this process until we have this artificial workforce group self-evolving in order to solve more and more and more complex tasks. So this is from the fundamental and core technology, and it's using a lot of reinforcement learning technologies and not only generative models technology and generative AI. So one thing is to build these artificial workforces, and the second thing is how humanity is going to collaborate in the best way with this artificial workforce. We need a lot of feedback in order to bring those artificial workforces to a level of execution that are similar or better than humans. And the best ones to give us this feedback is humanity. And the collaboration between the human workforce and the artificial workforce is going to be crucial on how we are enabling the systems to automate and execute more and more and more complex tasks over time. Ideally, we want every agent in our system to be able to approach to every person in any organization when it wants to ask a question, when it's getting stuck, when its critic technology tells it, I don't know how to solve it by myself. We want it to be able to go to every human in a complete two-sided collaboration process between humanity and the agentic system. So that's what we are working on, and as part of it, we are working also on the fundamental technology of a specific brain, but mostly on how those artificial workforces are working together with the human workforce.
That's fascinating. I'm sure you share my view that this is also futuristic. We hear you talk about collaboration between digital agents and the employee. What is the role of the employee in your vision?
So that's a great question. So I think one of the mistakes that's happening in both companies today and enterprises and governments and a lot of different organizations we are working with today is that they are looking at the individual employee and asking the question of how AI can help this individual employee to do better. That's a very, very problematic way to look at it, because the employee is not necessarily going to do the same things. As you say, like, maybe he'll do something completely different. Let's take the Industrial Revolution for an example. People that handmade suit T-shirts moved to manage production lines. So they changed the role. The role was evolved to something different, and together they were able to achieve 100x, 1000x more productivity gains than what was possible before. We believe that we'll see a similar process. So first of all, in the first 5, 10, 20 years, we are going to see a lot of the feedback loops coming from humans. We want the agents to be proactive, to ask for feedback when they don't know how to solve a problem, and humans to help them to execute a problem. Agents will learn and will be able to do more and more things. But eventually, people, we believe, will evolve to the strategy, creativity processes, the things that are more random and requires and has less data. So again, connecting to what was told before, has a bit less data on how to take the decisions, what to do in those types of situations. So humans will focus more on those things, but most of the execution problems, we believe that will be transitions to agents eventually, especially first of all, in places that we have a lot of data, but after that, with the human feedback that is going to get to this loop, also with things that currently we don't have enough data, but we are going to collect it.
Thank you, thank you. That's so the more impact we expect from these solutions, the more it's important that at enterprise level, it's about trusted AI. So I will start with you, Aizo, because again, software development is at the core of this additional digital transformation. How do we ensure that trusted AI space in your solution?
So in our solution, we really take the premise that as models are going to get increasingly more capable, we're going to want to provide them with increasingly more information and access to the data inside our enterprise. And as you mentioned, code is one of the most valuable and often also one of the most secured assets inside most large enterprises. And so what we do today with Poolside is that we deploy our system entirely behind the firewall of the customer. This includes the model, this includes the data layer, the intelligence layer, and it also includes the applications. What is quite unique about us and where we sit in the world is that we have what's called a first-party relationship with Amazon Web Services, something that they've only done several times in the history of their entire company, meaning that when a customer is bringing Poolside on board inside AWS, the world's largest cloud, they're not just getting it entirely in their environment secure behind their firewall, but also the contracting party on the other end is Amazon. And this allows for an additional layer of security and trust that actually has more to do not just with the boundary of the firewall, but also in terms of support, in terms of contractual guarantees. Because like you said at the beginning, we're a young company. We focused on enterprises from day zero, and we were aware at the scale at which we were rolling out, we were going to require a very large trusted party to be able to do so with us.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, some of these words are pretty technical. I appreciate for the audience. I hope this is clear. And I'll ask the same question to you, Rotem, because that's paramount for adoption.
So, as mentioned, I think first of all, adoption and trust are required in enterprises we are also, as a solution, took a decision from the beginning to be able to run behind the customer's government VPC on-premise solutions in order to enable them to run and to reduce the trust gaps that we are seeing today in enterprises. The second thing that I want to mention, people took large language models in the past, and we are seeing it evolving in enterprise currently, and they tried to put it in, to push it to a specific task. And then they understood that there are a lot of different components that are missing. If it's, for example, how we are able to, how we are creating a technology that says, I don't know how to solve it, something that is a huge problem with large language models, like hallucination is one of the consequences of that. So how I identify that the large language model doesn't know how to solve this problem? One problem. Second, role-based access control. How we are getting those agents to have access to different data. How the agents knows to to send different questions that they don't know to humans. How we are able to run in on-premise environments and a lot of different things. How we are migrating data. A lot of different problems that we are seeing that requires a lot of different components. And that's why large language model, you can think about it as an engine of a car, but it's not a car. An enterprise not necessarily needs to deal with how to take an engine and build a car if they are not a car manufacturer in that case. And we want them to be able to take a car and customize it a bit, or even better in the case of artificial workforces, that the car will evolve automatically based on the enterprise needs and the enterprise questions in order to be able to execute in the best way. So in summary, AI, and especially when we are going to enterprise government mission-critical systems, it's not a one-component language model or any other foundational model. It's a much more complex platform that requires dozens of different components, and not necessarily, or even I'm always recommending not to do it, enterprise needs to build everything end-to-end. Tech companies need to do that. They need to push more in creating enterprise-grade solutions that providing this trust, providing all the different components needed for the enterprise to be able to use the system in a better way. The last thing that I want to say, the tech is difficult. The tech is difficult, but it will be solved. There are a lot of very smart people that are working in order to solve the tech barriers today. And in my opinion, we'll get to human capabilities in almost every task that we are thinking about in the next 5 to 10 years. What is difficult today, even more than the tech, is the change management, is how we are bringing the technology to the people, how we are creating this trust. There is a lot of work there for the consulting firms, for different companies to see how we are able to close this gap between the current situation, we can call it the old software situation, to this new world of AI workforce that is collaborating together with humanity. And I would say that it's even more difficult than the tech part today.
Yeah, and that's definitely explaining the pace of adoption. It's driving that, and of course, we know that this is not only about tech solutions. At Capgemini, we're well placed. That this is about also training people, a cultural change, processes. It's about organization. So it's a transformation across the board. So one last question, which is a little bit more provocative, possibly, at least for the tech industry. We start hearing that Gen AI solutions have the potential with agents to replace vertical solutions in given industries. So ISO and disrupt the software as a solution, as a service industry itself, which is today the bulk of what we see used by our clients. So ISO, what do you think about that? Is this going to happen? Is that possible?
I think software is going to continue to play a role, particularly in areas where we trust them to be systems of record. we have lots of SaaS software today that exists in the world. I think Salesforce, I think, is a great example, ERP systems and others that are truly a system of record for our business. It's where our data lives, and it's where we're going to want to continue that data layer to exist. However, there is SaaS software out there today that is trying to mimic what the human workforce does. And those pieces of software are going to either, those companies are either going to grow with AI and move towards a world where they are offering agents that are going to be able to actually take on more and more of those tasks at a higher level of abstraction or objectives that are being given to them, or they're going to fall behind. I think to say that the entirety of SaaS software goes away is unlikely. We are still going to want a lot of software to exist. I want my bank transaction to be done by deterministic software, not by an agent. But it is very true that a lot more software that will sustain the test of time is going to be bigger systems of record, combined with companies that are able to take advantage of these models and turn them into really useful agents that augment the existing workforce.
So to some extent, Gen AI is also expected to disrupt the tech space itself and the software space in particular. So you see, nobody is immune from disruption, including the winners of today's market. So to end this part, I would like to introduce you to Liquid.ai, which is a startup, a spin-off from Massachusetts Institute of Technology that was created late 2023 and made public in last November, actually, a Gen AI model based on liquid neural networks. So we heard about the cognitive foundational model. This is a liquid foundational model mimicking the way, by the way, again, the brain is working. Unfortunately, Felix Nazar, the co-founder and CEO, could not be with us today, but for a very good reason. He's in Vancouver, and they just closed and announced a $250 million equity fundraising for their Series B. So again, I mean, from inception, from day one, they joined the unicorn space. But Felix was nice enough to record a video that I suggest we watch.
Hello, everyone. Super happy to be here today. Thanks for inviting us to the World Policy Conference. I'm Felix Nazar, the current COO at Liquid.ai. And what I want to share with you in the following is basically what we do at Liquid.ai, what specific advantages we enable with our technology, how this translates to use cases and real-world examples. So starting with our foundation technology, so Liquid.ai is a foundation model company. We are headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts, as you've already known through the introduction. So our foundation models, we call them liquid foundation models. From an architecture point of view and a kind of innovation point of view, they are enabling three major advantages. One of them is efficiency. So in comparison to what was possible before, especially based on transformer architectures, we are really enabling a step function in terms of efficiency, but also increased expandability. So we can really look into why the model is making which decision, and then based on that also take corresponding action and improve either data quality and or alignment with the human preference and what we want to make sure that the model is actually behaving in a way that is correct. And last but not least, all of this does not come with a quality disadvantage, but actually with a quality advantage. So what we've shown also with the latest release of our first series of foundation models, we have released language models at the size of 1B, 3B, and 40B to play around with at playground of Liquid.ai, by the way, if you're curious. And these models are, in their corresponding size, the new state of the art. So they really not only unlock efficiency and expandability gains, but also outperform any other model in their corresponding size, which is really exciting for us, and that's why we are yeah, also looking forward to continuing to work with our design and customers to bring this technology to the world and to enterprise users. Yeah, maybe one addition here is that you might wonder what use cases this enables and who are these early customers. As you can imagine, maybe based on these quality efficiency gains, especially if you look at on-device applications where all of a sudden Gen AI on the edge is possible because of these memory efficiency gains that we can enable through liquid foundation models. From a customer perspective, this is amazing because of two reasons, primarily. One, latency is not dependent on any cloud calls, but answers can be computed directly on device. And secondly, from a business case point of view, for OEMs, there's no need to pay massive bills to any cloud API provider because everything or the majority of requests can be handled on device. In addition to that, we're also looking into financial services and biotech applications because, I mean, our foundation models are not only focused on language, as we've shown in our product launch recently, but basically can work with any sequential data type and outperform existing methods, both, again, in terms of accuracy, quality, and efficiency and explainability. So thank you, and looking forward to hear from you soon.
So this solution, as an example, is particularly relevant for industrial applications with business-critical aspects. As an example, autonomous car. Why? Because you can't afford, with an autonomous car, to all of a sudden take the risk of compute being disrupted off-grid. Otherwise, it creates safety issues. So the beauty of what they're putting on the market is that, in particular, it can work for some of these applications on a laptop. So the compute level has nothing to compare with the intensity of large language models. And for applications like off-grid, off-network, business criticality, where continuity of service is absolutely paramount, it's very important to be able to rely on different models. So I think what we wanted to show you is that innovation on this front is just moving very, very fast. There is ambition, and bridging the intelligence gap, as you heard, is definitely the race that these startups are on. On the enterprise front, the companies like Gemini are, of course, helping clients master this new technology in the adoption. That's very important because we all want, there is no conflict of interest. It's absolutely converging that this can bring a lot of benefits in terms of productivity in particular, but that needs to be mastered in terms of adoption. So we just have 10 minutes left before lunch. I suggest we open for questions to the floor.
Thank you. My name is Krishnamurthy from Indonesia. I take the benefit of this panel to probably raise questions related to tomorrow's panel, which is food security and hunger. I saw you mentioned about workforce, and Rotem, you mentioned about the importance of how AI and human interface. Now, the workforce that I think very important for tomorrow's question about hunger and food security is the farmers. And in Africa, in Asia, the farmers has so many limitations. They are not well educated, they don't have any money, they don't have the computers. My question will be for both of you. Will AI help the communication of AI and the farmers? Will we see something that can help the farmers to produce more with that kind of technology? Because at the end of the day, we will have to eat the food that the farmers plant. It's not, we will not eat the AI. We will have to eat the food. So how AI help farmers so they can produce more? Thank you.
I can start. So great question. I must say that there are a lot of problems today with the current technology, and actually both liquid foundation models and a lot of things that we are doing are discussing about the problem of sustainability of running very, very large models. So we've been in touch with one of the largest countries in like the same topic, and one of the things that we saw that if we are taking the large models today, it doesn't make sense from a compute perspective and salaries perspective, even to see how to bridge the gaps. So the goal and value of small models that are still as smart or even smarter than the large models in order to help in those fields is very, very significant. Small models are also enabling us to go to fields that weren't enabled with the large models that weren't sustainable enough in different problems, and this is one of those types of problems. And from a farmer's perspective, I would say that so how we are able to optimize crop management, how we are able to know different insights about soils, different places, how like weather's problems, alerts, things like that. Agents are able to do a lot of things that would enable to create like more, to be more productive, to create more crop eventually that is in less efforts, less and less waste also. One of the biggest problems today is waste because of data or missing data that is difficult in that specific scenario to get. It's like some potential weather changes, some potential like ideal way of soil and ideal way of medicines and a lot of different things. So I believe that agents can help a lot there. We need to do a lot of work in order to make those models small, more efficient, more sustainable, in order that it will be also economical, feasible to go to those places. This is something that we are working and a lot of other companies are working on. It's hugely important. There are countries with more than 100 million farmers. So it's a huge, huge, huge opportunity, and of course, what feeds us eventually. So this is something that I believe that we need to push to. We are seeing also a lot of advancements in this field.
Aizo, would you like to add anything?
I would happily to. And first of all, terima kasih. I personally spent some of the early part of my career in Jakarta, in Indonesia. For me, I think we need to separate what we see as progress on AI that really is closing that human capability gap versus the underlying technology that is already doing things that humans today can't do. Predict the weather, use satellite images to be able to understand patterns in crops, etc. And I think what we have seen so far in the United States and in Western Europe is that technology is almost forcing any type of small-scale farming to consolidate into extremely large-scale industrial farming. And I would say one of the most successful artificial intelligence technology companies of all time is John Deere. John Deere in the United States and in other areas of the world has allowed for incredible yield and return on farming. But at the same time, because technology became one of the largest underpinning costs of farming in the West, it meant that small-scale subsistence farming or even small producers, farmers, frankly, barely exist anymore. And so to me, I think there's a broader question that gets accelerated with AI, but already was there in the last 15 years before, which is in countries like Indonesia, where there is not only the dominance of large-scale industrial farming. How will that play out? And frankly, there are much smarter people than myself who can answer that.
Thank you, Aizo. I think we are reaching the end of the panel, and I'd like first to thank the panelists, because that's been demanding, and we had several formats. I hope it was instructive for you, and we all wish you a nice lunch.
Nous vous invitons à rejoindre la salle de déjeuner en face de la salle de conférence. Les participants au Business Lunch seront guidés par les hôtesses vers la terrasse du café-restaurant au niveau de la piscine. Les participants au déjeuner de presse peuvent suivre les drapeaux à l'étage, où notre équipe sera à votre disposition pour vous accompagner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you enjoyed this morning's incredible sessions. Guests are invited to take their seats in the dining space opposite the ballroom. Those expected to join the business lunch will be guided to the cafe restaurant terrace at the pool level, while those joining the press lunch can follow the flags upstairs, where our team will assist you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are attending the press lunch or the business lunch, please follow the flags until you reach upstairs, where our hostesses will guide you to your locations for lunch. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be back here at World Policy Conference to share with you our perspective on the BRICS expansion, and its impact on the world order. I'm being joined by an outstanding panel, which I'll be introducing in detail in a few minutes, after having had the possibility to frame the discussion we will have over the next hour. We want to talk about the implications of the BRICS expansion for the future global order. And the question is BRICS a new reality? Is it a myth? How will it impact businesses around the world? Well, for those people who were doubting about the impact of BRICS, I think this picture says it all. The BRICS meeting 6 weeks ago in Kazan, bringing together the 5 original BRICS countries, plus the 4 new additions, showing the world that in 2024, 9 leading economies of the world meet in Russia and define the future of their economies, potentially together. When we talk to CEOs, executive committees, and boards around the world, many topics are on the corporate agenda, and especially the impact that they have on the development of economies. There is the shift of trade to Asia. There's the question around China deceleration. There is the impact of the ultimate election year, given that 2024 was the year where 73 countries had elections. There's a question around the impact of conflicts in the Middle East, of conflicts in Ukraine on business. There is, of course, the whole question around the geopolitics of AI and the control of countries over AI. There is the rise of green industrial policies. Of course, the challenges of a demographic devolution and fast aging societies, and there is the competition for talent, where, by the way, our host country is very successful in attracting and retaining top talent. But you see also one of these 9 forces that are shaping global business landscape is the BRICS expansion. And that's the reason why we want to talk about this today. Well, if you look at the overall geopolitics and the overall geopolitics of global alliances, you see that BRICS is actually a very interesting addition to the big global alliances in the world. And it is actually an interesting counterpart to G7. If you look at the huge amount of population, the impact on GDP, and also trade, BRICS is an important entity going forward, which is, of course, also straddling the G20 world. Now, the 9 official BRICS countries, and we all know that the position of Saudi Arabia is still open after its invitation, has an impact on different areas. BRICS will have impact on, from our side, 5 areas. 5 areas that are critical for corporations. First, energy. Second, trade. Third, infrastructure and development. Fourth, the monetary policy. And last but not least, the technological cooperation. So let me deep dive on 2 of these 5 areas. The first one is energy. If you look at the volume of oil and gas that the BRICS, the expanded BRICS, plus Saudi Arabia, plus the countries that would like to join the BRICS control, we see that this group is controlling the large majority of the world's oil and a good portion of the world's gas production. What is also interesting is when you look at where do the BRICS countries get their energy from, you see on the right-hand side of this chart that the large majority is actually an intra-BRIC trade of energy. So what this chart shows you is that actually the BRICS, the expanded BRICS, and potential new countries joining the BRICS are creating an own sphere of energy market, independent of other players. So that's one deep dive I wanted to share with you. The second deep dive I wanted to share with you is trade. This picture shows on the left-hand side the export, on the right-hand side the import. And it shows how many percentage of the exports of these 9 countries go to their fellow BRICS countries. And on the right-hand side, it shows you how much of the imports is coming from the fellow BRICS countries. And this is a picture that compares 2003 to 2023. And you see that in 20 years difference, for many countries, the share of intra-BRICS trade has grown between 10 to 20 percentage points. So again, an element where we personally think that it is important for corporations to understand the impact that BRICS will have on their trading patterns. Let me conclude with the last slide to frame our discussions. And we were asked here to have a business perspective. So we see that there are implications for companies in this new BRICS world. And I think it's actually implications for companies that are BRICS-based, but also companies that are non-BRICS-based. And it starts with the fact of developing a BRICS-specific go-to-market strategy. How do you approach these countries? I think we've seen it here, and we see it here around. BRICS is a concentration of countries with massive infrastructure investments. And the question is, how can you tap into the infrastructure boom in these markets? It is also important in a world where we have learned that pandemic, war, and tariff can disrupt overnight trade lanes. BRICS can be a formidable base for resilient supply chains. But, and I think I showed it with my first picture of the summit in Kazan, it's also necessary to navigate the BRICS in the overall environment of also Western sanctions regimes. And last but not least, to be successful in these countries, companies need to develop what we call the geopolitical muscle, i.e. the ability of companies to understand geopolitical shifts, trade developments, and of course also to be able to integrate that in their decision-making, be it for investments or long-term strategies. So with that framing, I'm very happy to join our panel, which I'm introducing now in detail, for a discussion. And we have, I think, a very nice representation here from the BRICS countries, except one country. And the funny thing is, I don't know if we always were joking, Etienne, in the green room, because it's rare that we have 2 Austrians on a panel of 5, so a little neutral country in the middle of Europe. But I'd like to introduce the panel, and so I start with His Excellency Etienne Berthold, the Ambassador of the Republic of Austria here in the UAE. You have been here for 2 years. We just talked about the fascinating dynamic of this region, and before that you have been working at the Chancellery in Vienna. You've been the spokesperson to 3 Austrian chancellors, and I think you have a very broad and comprehensive perspective of the world. So thank you for joining us today. Then I'm happy to introduce Trudy Makaya from South Africa, so the S in the BRICS, if I may say so. You have been the Special Economic Advisor to President Ramaphosa from 2018 to 2023. You're now on the board of the Spar Group. I think you have, and we'll talk about later, a very interesting perspective on the BRICS from a South African point of view. And of course, I think we look forward to seeing also how you see maybe also other African countries who are joining the BRICS. Then starting with the first letter in the BRICS, from Brazil, Constanza Negri Biasuti. Constanza, you have been the B20 Sherpa for Brazil, and you're actually heading the trade and international integration of the Federal Association of Brazilian Industry, CNI. And we have been talking already in the preparation about what is actually Brazil's perspective on B20, G20, BRICS. And we had this chart before where we saw the different overlaps and non-overlaps. So that plays an important role. And then from China, Yao Chide, you are the Vice Chairman and Secretary General of the Shanghai Development Research Foundation. You have a long history of research on development, on the impact of development in countries, both in the US and in China. And we're very grateful that you made the long trip to join us here as WPC to share that perspective. So let me start with you, Etienne, and a first perspective when we look at the BRICS, and especially, I would say, the development of the BRICS side. You saw this chart which I had laid out with G20, with G7, with the EU. From your perspective, what does this development of the BRICS has as an impact for other international institutions, for other countries? Looking at it deliberately first from the outside on.
So Nicolas, thank you very much for the introduction and this very prevalent question. Permettez-moi de aussi vous adresser en français pour remercier, pour pouvoir adresser cette conférence aujourd'hui. I continue now in English, of course, as this is only English. Quite arguably, yes, we have seen a decrease in Western influence, a steady decrease over the last 15 years. In fact, if you look at it, started all with Lehman Brothers, and since then we see a bit of a decline in the relevance of, and if we are honest, we have to admit it, of G7, G20 has been on the rise a bit, European Union a bit less influential. Where can we track that down? Where can we see this impact? We have to be very open and frank with ourselves. We were under different assumptions when we imposed the sanctions against Russia in 2022. It was a very clear understanding that within a few months the Russian economy would be in shatters. It is not. So is it a failure? No. Was it a mistake? No. It was necessary to impose the sanctions on Russia after its war of aggression against Ukraine. There was no alternative from a standpoint of international law. You cannot just stand by and do nothing. But what was the expectation? It was that Russia would more or less be on its knees within a few months because the rest of the world would follow us in imposing sanctions because they could not afford not to impose sanctions. But quite honestly, half of the world has not followed us on this path of imposing sanctions. So this leads us to an evaluation of where we stand and where we should continue going. And one of the main lessons to be drawn for the West, for the G7, for the European Union is not to continue to lament this decline in influence, which also is a bit something that we have to blame on ourselves. We have a lackluster economic performance. We have political domestic crisis in many European countries, difficulties in forming governments, not only in France, also in my country. It takes some time. So it is not unsurmountable. These are challenges. This is normal. But of course, this leads to a decline in influence and the perception in other parts of the world that, yes, in fact, they are less influential, less important. So, and as your charts have shown, there have been shifts in shares of GDP in the population they represent, 45% the BRICS, in the raw earths that are to be found in in BRICS countries. Brazil has pointed it out at its speech at the Kazan summit, that quite arguably a large percentage of the rare minerals and earths are to be found in BRICS countries, important for the energy transition. So what do we do now? We must engage in a dialogue with BRICS countries and not lecture them. And we should listen to them and their concerns. If, for example, our host country tells us, listen, the BRICS for us is a geo-economic project, we should accept it as such and start a dialogue on the basis of this being a geo-economic project meant at economic diversification. And the UAE is very good at economic diversification and at implementing CEPAs, their free trade agreements. They want to do some with the European Union as well. So maybe we should also take the hand that is extended to us as a European Union and agree on starting negotiations also with the UAE on a CEPA. That would help, for example, to engage bilaterally. What would also help is to invite BRICS leaders, as has been done this year already by Italy, to G7 summits. Like if you give them also a place at the big seats, this will help by also listening to what they have to say, and it would be easier to get them on board because they are already, with the exception, of course, of Russia, on a dialogue on sanctions against Russia, on dual-use items, on how to bring about peace. So that should be something that we should really focus on as well in the future. And this leads us to the other point that at the end of the day, yes, we have seen a decline in our influence, but that's not irreversible. We can also read the Draghi report, read many other reports that are out about how to increase, and this is something you are an expert on, how to increase competitiveness, how to tap into the potential of AI. We as Europe, we are nowhere to be seen on AI. We have no AI champions. They are to be found in Asia and in the US, not in Europe. That is a problem. We can solve that. We can do that. If we are successful in that, we will be of more relevance and more importance. The EU is seeking an alliance with the US on AI, not so much with Europe. There is a reason for that. And at the end, we should be a bit careful with threats issued against the BRICS, as President-elect Trump has made clear a week ago on Twitter or on X, that if ever they should implement an alternative to the dollar, there will be 100% tariffs. So far, there haven't been any concrete plans to implement a currency on the BRICS level. But if we continue to threaten them, maybe we will give them the idea that they should do that and even trade more among the BRICS, as we've outlined, and create their own financial system to immunize themselves from sanctions. Yes. So we should be careful that it doesn't backfire. And I will stop here.
Yeah. No, but I think it's very interesting what you say in terms of having this dialogue with the BRICS countries. I think, you mentioned the 100% tariff threat, which I think was, again, part of a tactical policy, but I think it's definitely not an example of a dialogue. I think the question of how to join forces with the BRICS countries plays an important role. Thank you for your first intervention. So Trudy, over to you. So what does BRIC mean for Africa? And from your experience also in South Africa, what are the benefits countries can take from there? What do you see as key contributions going forward?
Thank you for that, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. I think looking at it from a South African and African perspective, our economies have integrated into the world economy in difficult and sometimes complicated ways. I mean, Africa has been a marginalized continent in terms of contribution to trade, in terms of investment flows. And so I think when BRICS came along, it promised the possibility of having a different kind of global economic cooperation that didn't have the legacy of the historical relationship that African economies have had with the global economy typically. I mean, I think we all know the history in terms of being a continent that has been extracted from, a continent that is dependent in many ways on the global economy, and a continent that also had very difficult relationships with Bretton Woods institutions like the World Bank, IMF. If you think back to the 80s, a lot of the debates around structural adjustment, a lot of the debates about the world
dictating to African economies economic policy without fully understanding African realities. So I think the idea of an alternative to that and a different way of trading and investment has been very attractive. Of course, South Africa was the first country that benefited from BRICS expansion in terms of being invited to join the bloc a year after BRIC formed to become BRICS. And at the time, so quite soon after the global financial crisis, it also promised a way to recover with a different set of economies. I think if we look at the experience since then in terms of that promise, the BRICS has grown to be quite sophisticated. You see it in their communiques, lots of ambition around trading amongst each other, investing in each other's economies. Now, if I become very specific to the South African experience, if we look at the trade perspective, we export mostly, in the BRICS configuration, mostly to China, but also to a certain extent we enjoy good relations with Brazil, India, less so in terms of exports and trade with Russia, but still quite present. And we find that the trade balance on the whole has been against South Africa, so we're running a deficit against the BRICS nations, in particular the main trading partner there being China. And we also find that a lot of the exports that we send to the BRICS bloc remain commodities with very low value added, and they also tend to have very cyclical price cycles. So then the question becomes, have we really changed the quality fundamentally of the trade? So you'd have seen in recent times a lot of the advocacy from South Africa to the BRICS nations has been, how do we close the trade gap and try to move towards a more balanced trade to narrow the deficit in essence? And also, how do we move away from commodities to more value-added products? So in a sense, I can say that in terms of providing options, the BRICS has been very important. But when it comes to some of the fundamental structural changes that we want to see in the way Africa engages with the rest of the world, that is still very much a work in progress. If I think of it from then a foreign direct investment perspective, we've seen South African companies invest in the rest of the BRICS, notable investments, for instance, Naspers, one of the major media conglomerates coming out of South Africa, is well invested in Brazil, in Russia, Discovery Holdings in China. You know, one could go on with a few, and vice versa. And with the prospects of BRICS expansion, we see countries like Saudi Arabia, for instance, being quite active also in terms of inward investment into South Africa and into the continent. So you talked about energy earlier, which is quite interesting in terms of oil and gas. But if you look at South Africa in terms of renewable energy, the biggest renewable energy investment in South Africa is actually from Aqua Power, Saudi headquartered, a 100-megawatt plant. So there are also those new energy partnerships that are forming that promise to create a sense of cohesion and independence within the bloc. From a development finance perspective, if we think about the new development bank and what it means for infrastructure, or the BRICS Bank, as it often called, it has really been one of the successes of the BRICS in terms of creating a new institution from scratch, and an institution that can hold its own, much smaller still than the World Bank, but can hold its own in terms of advancing loans to African countries and other countries for infrastructure. So if I had to summarize, I would say BRICS is giving options. Expansion is deepening those options, but it's important that this is constructive optionality that really changes the structure of how Africa is integrated into the rest of the economy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trudy. And I think this perspective of optionality, I think, plays an important role, not only for South Africa, but also for Brazil. And Constanza, Brazil is in a very interesting position. You have had G20 now, just in Rio in November. You'll have the presidency of BRICS next year. So you representing the Brazilian companies and corporate world, how do these companies actually make the best out of these two worlds? You're one of the few countries that are actually in both groups, and what can the private sector take from this?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join for the first time the World Policy Conference, which is extremely interesting. And thank you for the opportunity to bring the private sector perspective and the southern perspective. As you said, I think Brazil places the two presidency of this forum, and if we add COP30, place the country in a key position to shape global discussions and to foster cooperation, which is badly needed in these times. And I think that before going into the contents and the synergies that you mentioned, some general comments from the Brazilian perspective. So despite the differences that we see in terms of composition, geopolitical views of these two groups, G20 and BRICS, they should be seen as complementary, as Trudy was saying. And this is particularly more true for Brazil, a country which pursues equidistance in terms of foreign policy. And at these times, by balancing relationship with different powers, Brazil creates more strategic opportunities for the private sectors and to diversify economic opportunities. So I think that while the economic integration across these forums, specifically in terms of the BRIC, may take some time, and if we'll have to see, and the expanded BRICS are still in a very early stage to know what will happen. As my colleague from the US Chamber was saying yesterday, I think it reflects that they already represent important market for businesses in the short term. So the active participation in the discussions in these forums is strategically and is badly needed in terms of the private sector agenda for the economic agenda to move. If we see from the government perspective, just quickly to remind, what are the main priorities that Brazil has established for these two presidencies? For the G20, fight hunger, poverty, inequality, address sustainable development across economic, social, and environmental dimensions, and advance global governance reform to reflect contemporary realities. If we look into the BRICS priorities, which the Brazilian government has already given a quick overview, and there will be detail along next year, since it starts in January of 2025, we see 5 priorities in terms of the government. Reform of international monetary and financial systems, artificial intelligence governance, climate change, about coordinating efforts for COP30 and other issues that are unaddressed topics in the UNFCCC framework. Health, it will be one of the priorities in BRICS for Brazil, and the institutional development inside the governance of the BRICS in terms of how to integrate new BRICS members and streamline the coordination mechanism. We, from the private sector, in terms of the National Confederation of Industry, will have a big responsibility in chairing, where are the groups of the private sector that channel the inputs into the B20 and into the BRICS. With the B20, we finish our work, and we already handed over to our colleagues of South Africa, but we already start working on what will be the priorities for the Brazilian private sector for the BRICS to contribute. And so I would like to share probably 5 non-exhaustive priorities that we see looking into the synergy of these two groups. The first one is related to what Etienne was mentioning, financing sustainable infrastructure and energy transition. As we know, climate action requires a bold private-public collaboration and to close the finance gap and to scale net zero solutions and a fair energy transition. So here the priority that we see is how to accelerate as a complement to the public funds, private capital. How do we unlock private sector investment? And how do we refine the regulatory policies that can leverage private finance for the climate, for the energy transition? Also here, the new development bank, as it was mentioned, has a key role to play in this area. And I think there's also an important element linked to infrastructure. How do we increase the pipeline of approved fundable projects for infrastructure and sustainable infrastructure? Our second priority, it was very much linked to what you were mentioning, Nicholas, fostering trade and global value chains. And you already put it very well, international trade and investment are critical drivers for economic development and technological progress of companies. But we know that trade growth has slowed over the past 5 years. So here the priorities that we do see for the BRICS is how do we enhance trade governance? How do we advance digitalization process of trade to reduce cost and time and cost? And also one more innovative element that we see for that agenda is how do we promote regulatory practice and interoperable taxonomies for environmental sustainability? For instance, how do we work on internationally accepted methodologies for carbon footprints, which is extremely relevant for companies? The third priority is linked to global governance of artificial intelligence. As we know, artificial intelligence has emerged as one of the most transformative technologies of this century, with global investment projected to surpass 630 billion by 2028. But it also has poses a lot of challenges. So here the priorities that we are establishing is how do we unlock the artificial intelligence potential responsibly, fostering innovation and ensuring that it benefits as shared and equitable across societies. And three main aspects are related to this priority. Global convergence, we need to foster international collaboration with harmonized terminologies and risk-based governance frameworks. Currently, this is one of the main areas in which Brazil is moving ahead in terms of the regulatory aspects. Pro-innovation regulations, how do we scale up frameworks that support responsible AI? And last but not least, what is about ethical implementation of AI? How do we promote unbiased AI through the public-private coalitions? And another priority that we see connected very much with the artificial intelligence is about building a resilient and productive workforce, the other side of the coin. How do we, the future of work is being reshaped, as we know, by environmental, technological, and economic trends. So we need to think about priorities to expand digital education. How do we address these skill gaps connected with reskilling, upskilling, and how do we modernize the curriculum to align with artificial intelligence and technological advancement of the workforce? And last but not least, another priority that we're putting in terms of the BRICS agenda, and then you also work on the B20, is sustainable food system and agriculture, especially for Brazil. Agriculture faces challenges that are related to climate change, food insecurity, greenhouse gas emissions. So here the idea is how do we put priorities, policy priorities in the groups and agenda that foster sustainable productivity growth through biotechnologies and digital agriculture, while we strengthen at the same time a priority that is connected with trade, the multilateral trade system. How do we eliminate trade barriers, which are extremely important to addressing the food security agenda? So quite in a nutshell, those are the main 5 areas that we're going to work in the BRICS Business Council next year. And of course, this will be discussed with the several private sector from all the countries, the expanded countries, and we hope to make consensus along those lines. Thank you very much.
Great, Constanza, thank you very much. I think it's fascinating to see that what sometimes some people see as antagonistic organizations or groupings are actually quite complementary when you see it from a Brazilian perspective or from the private sector perspective. So really interesting, and also all the best for next year. I think having G20 and BRICS within 12 months is quite an achievement. So, Thierry, thank you for joining us. We have already heard, I think both Trudy and Constanza alluded to the NDP, the New Development Bank. Some people call it the BRICS Bank. So from your unique also research vantage point, how do you see NDB in this new development? What will be its impact and its future role?
Okay. Let me start with very briefly introduce the general picture of the NDB. It was established 10 years ago. headquarters in Shanghai, my hometown. It was located in very nice modern building, which was donated by Shanghai municipal government. Its required equity is 100 billion US dollar, while initial capital is 50 billion US dollars. By the end of November last year, they approved the loan more than 35 billion US dollars. Among them, 7.2 billion in their own currencies. Total together, the project is almost 100 projects approved. These investments focus in clean energy, transportation infrastructure, water and health facilities, environment protection. The president, the NDB, very interesting, is taken in rotation as an order with first India, Brazil, Russia, South Africa, and China. Oh, by the way, the equity is equally among 5 initial members. So the interesting why India is the first one, why China is the last one. I was taught because headquarters located in China, so China have to put the last one to become the president. Currently, the president of New Development Bank is former Brazil President Ms. Basif. Its end of its tenure should be end of next year. The interestingly, next term is Russia. I was taught finally Russia made a decision. They let Ms. Basif do one more tenure in order to avoid the awkward situation for NDB. That's very interesting and unusual. In summary, I want to point out some points. First of all, NDB is operating very well. The SP, Standard & Poor's, rating NDB as a AA+, which is higher than that on individual country among 5 countries. That's higher than that. The cost they are raising capital in the international market, the cost only 30 or 40 BP than that World Bank. World Bank get the lowest cost in the capital market. The NDB just pay a little bit high than World Bank. That's first point. Second point is very obviously the principle and the spirit of equity has been well carried out because, as I mentioned, the equity is equitable share among the 5 initial members. Also, as I mentioned, they have some compromise in many ways. The last point, I guess, the fact, the history, the performance verify its purpose and the target are to support the existing international economic order rather than undercut or undercut it as someone originally suspected. So I guess that's my summary for NDB.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good. No, so we have about 20 minutes left, and we also want to get some questions from the audience, but I'll make a quick round from our panel with a question and maybe also the request for a focused answer around the question, as business leaders, as companies see the BRICS, and I had concluded my short presentation with 5 ideas, but from your experience, what would be success factors in the BRICS, expanded BRICS for companies, what could be potential pitfalls? And maybe let me start with you, Trudy. What would you see as key success factors and potential pitfalls?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of success factors, really, it often boils down to the same things in business across different regional blocks. You want to invest in an area where you're going to get a reasonable return, and where you are you have the capacity to reinvest to grow that business, or to take your money out. And it sounds very straightforward, right? But we know that often in South-South investment, all of those things are very difficult. Macroeconomic conditions often make it very challenging to realize the returns that you expect in terms of sudden changes. I think what is clear with the BRICS countries is that many of them are high-growth economies. So the macroeconomic picture from that perspective is relatively stable. Of course, with expansion, there are countries that bring different kind of complications to that clear macroeconomic picture. I think similarly in the ability to reinvest or take your proceeds out, foreign exchange volatility can often change that picture, and also just capital mobility, capital restrictions sometimes make it difficult for companies to take money out. But once again, I think with most of the BRICS countries, in terms of their capital markets regulation, capital controls, those are not necessarily immediate challenges. But saying this against the context of, for instance, what's happening in Russia, certainly points to what a business would have to really think about in terms of making that business story clear from entry to exit of those profits. I think in general, economic diplomacy is needed even within BRICS countries. It's not that, because we're all similar emerging markets economies, it's all hunky-dory. There are often issues you would see at the WTO. Sometimes we have trade disputes. Sometimes even amongst ourselves, we have questions around logistics, around visas even. So I think from a business perspective, one will have to be very clear, not just a geopolitical muscle, but that economic diplomacy muscle, and which requires a bit more cooperation with your own host government when things become tricky from that perspective. But I would say that certainly when I look at South Africa's experience, corporate experience, initially after the fall of apartheid, there was a move towards the West, given that the business class was most familiar with that. But over time, there's been this opening up. And I think the BRICS countries and the expanded BRICS configuration creates that comfort to deepen those South-South relations in a forum where it feels that issues can be resolved should they arise.
Excellent, thank you very much. Etienne, you're representing a European country in a country that is part of the expanded BRICS. Austrian companies are known for being very export-oriented as well. What do you see as key success factors or potential pitfalls? What's your advice?
Thank you very much. I would say as a main advice, don't be too greedy and be a bit cautious. There is a huge potential to make money, but there's also huge potential to then not get the money out of the country you are making your business. So at least stay out of Russia. So we as Austrian companies have made this experience very hard to get out of the Russian market. So whoever is thinking now of entering the Russian market, don't do it as a Western company. Don't forget that there is something like the extraterritorial application of US sanctions. No Western company can ever afford to be subject to Western, and in particular, US sanctions, so keep that in mind. Keep in mind that relations will probably rather be more antagonistic between BRICS countries and the US, the West in general. So you don't want to be caught in between that thing. And honestly speaking, invest in good in-house legal departments and in-house public affairs departments, I'm not speaking from my profession, hire good former diplomats who are well connected, who might tell you, yeah, maybe you can make money, but maybe you will also then no longer be received by a senator on Capitol Hill. So must really be careful of not losing access to other markets then as well. So it's always a balancing act. If I can give one advice of where you can make money, it probably would be projects that unite the West and the BRICS, be it on climate change, like the UE hosted COP28, we will have COP30 in Brazil. So climate change related projects are less antagonistic and really leading potentially more to success. IMEC could be a huge game changer as well, where infrastructure-wise you can invest with less geopolitical risks and the potential to really make good money with IMEC. And if you want to think about a headquarter for such operations, a regional headquarter, you might really think about this region here, about the UAE, about the Gulf. They are well positioned to potentially serve as a bridge between the East, between China, India, and the West. So that would be my advice.
Very interesting. I think I like also the point about what we describe as building the geopolitical muscle of companies, being able to navigate a new reality, given that the world is not flat anymore, as some people thought in the 1990s and 2000. Constanze, you're representing hundreds of Brazilian companies acting in Brazil, but also across. What's your 1-2 minute view on key success factors and pitfalls?
I think we need to consider that there are three dimensions. Internally, the company, the one of the country that Trudy was saying, and probably if we look into this geopolitical and geoeconomic muscle that you were saying, in terms of key success, first I would say understanding multipolarity and non-alignment. So recognize the BRICS' role in a multipolar world and the varied geopolitical stances of its members. Second one, navigating internal dynamics. So companies need to be mindful of tensions within the bloc, and such as diverging agendas among members, knowing about that. And third, in terms of key success factors, engaging in sustainable and diversified strategies. So companies need, as far as it's possible, to diversify investment across sectors and geographies to mitigate risk. And in terms of pitfalls to avoid three, geopolitical divisions, companies also need to be cautious about the fragmentation within BRICS due to competing national interests. Third, technological divergence. Companies need to have a plan for compatibility challenges in a fragmented technological landscape within the BRICS. And last but not least, the erosion of cohesiveness. So companies need to account of the risk posed by BRICS expansion. It's in its internal unity. We will have to see how this goes in terms of the future and whether this can be a challenge for companies' operations. So I will sum up with those 6.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, what would be your perspective, a couple of minutes on, maybe also from a Chinese perspective, key success factors and pitfalls?
First of all, I guess the one factor is we should take one strategy for one country because all these BRICS have been very diversified in terms of different development strategy, different social system. You cannot use one strategy for all of our BRIC countries. For example, I guess 2 or 3 weeks, I, with some Chinese businessmen, met some businessmen in South Africa. We asked them, what do you want? In my mind, Chinese can provide the EV. They said, no, we don't want an EV now. Maybe in 5 years, because we don't have kind of infrastructure for EV. What we want is we may look at some alternate facility in China. For example, like a blast furnace, you can dismantle it, remove the part to our country, which reminded me, actually, back 20, 30 years ago, China did the same thing. We dismantle some alternate the facility in US, in Japan, then move the parts back to China, then assemble it. That's the first factor. Second factor, we should deeply study the business environment, law and regulation continuously, not only invest before invest, also after invest in the operation. For example, like currently the US government have a lot of restriction on investment, particularly in China. I guess a couple days ago, one biochemical US company come to my office, ask me what they're supposed to do. I say, yes, in some case now China in the very difficult position, but you look deeply on your specific industry, you do have some potential, because at least until now, biochemical industry is not in the small yard of US government. Also in China, the middle class grow up, the population started aging. Also Chinese government has started build lots of hospitals. That's great needs for your specific industry. The second factor is should fully use and trust local talents and experts. In this case, I guess US multiple companies did very well, particularly in China. Not like in some countries, they prefer use their own citizenship, their citizen. Not like US companies, they just want to use every talent, even local people. So-called pitfall, I guess something should be avoided. First of all, decision-making sometimes is too much concentrated in headquarters. That's something should be avoided. Secondly, should not simply copy experience in advanced countries, even it was successful in advanced countries or even in other developing countries, should do something deeply fit to specific countries. That's my...
Great. Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, we'll open up for questions in the audience. So the first hand was here. Yes, please, gentleman here in the middle, and I see a few others. Yes, coming. Please just introduce yourself quickly, and short questions, short answers.
Thank you. Hiro Akita from Tokyo, Nikkei. So 2 quick questions. One is, what is a glue to unite the BRICS together? It sounds like glue is to get richer together, so economic prosper. But eventually, do you think that the BRICS will also unite politically to push forward its own rule making? That is the one question. And second question is journalistic question. If Mr. Trump changed his mind and think that, oh, I want to also join the BRICS, so let us participate in BRICS. We can do business together. Let's prosper together. What do you think will be the best reaction from BRICS?
Okay, good. Very quick question. Kosasa, do you want to?
Yeah.
But we need to be on time, so quick question, answer, please.
As I say, the purpose for BRICS, I guess, based on their need for their quick growth, also, in some sense, express their unhappiness to existing international institutions because they don't feel they are be treated equally. I guess, on the other hand, that's maybe the weakness of BRICS because they don't have a very solid base on, just like G7 on the ideology. That's maybe is a weakness. Yeah. For your second question, I don't think it will happen.
Good. Next question. Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Jean-Michel Severino, Ferdi. I have actually a follow-up question. At the beginning of the BRICS movement, there was a clarity, even with all the problems and the hiccups that Mrs. Makaya mentioned about the nature of the project, which was both political and economic. Now, what is striking, and very much around middle-income countries, emerging economies. Now, what has happened very recently is the extension of the BRICS to Saudi Arabia on the one hand, but also Ethiopia on the other hand. And therefore, the project is some kind of blurred. Where is it going? My predecessor asked whether US would join, but my question would be, Ben, is South Sudan next to join?
Okay.
What's the project?
Yeah, very good question. Maybe, Trudy, do you want to quickly answer?
Yeah, so I mean, the BRICS itself has put, I don't know if it's public, but they do have a framework that they've worked on in terms of thinking about how to include new countries and how to deal with expansion. I think the first set of expansion was a bit less methodical, but I think going forward we should expect to see a bit more structure to it. But having said that, I mean, I think the glue, you know, somebody gave the example of G7 and G20. Both were pretty much problem-solving exercises in terms of challenges of the moment. So I don't think we should criticize BRICS for being also problem-solving for what those countries see as challenges of the moment. And I think in terms of glue, to the extent that constructive and new institutions can be built that are not, to put it crudely, about grievances, but actually about really advancing certain ideas. I think that will be the ultimate test. And as I mentioned earlier, I think an institution like the New Development Bank gives a hint of what's possible in terms of actually just building something new, which isn't necessarily about complaints with the established order.
Very good. Last question, yes, the lady here on the second row.
Yeah, hello. I am Marie-Roger Biloa. My question is linked to the first one, which was raised, and it is about the ambition of the BRICS. When we see the numbers, the figures, you introduced to us with the trade, what they represent of the global economy, and all this, it sounds very powerful, but you don't feel the ambition to challenge the world order, which some people believed the BRICS is all about. And I wonder if I'm right in assessing that. Why is the question of the currency, the common currency, did not really appear there? Yeah, there's a bank, but there's no. I didn't hear you speaking about that currency. So my question is, do the BRICS really want to be an alternative organization to, I don't know, to what we call the old world order? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Constanze, please.
I think it's a very good question, and in terms, and I knew it would come while the private sector is not talking about this topic within the BRICS. And I think that the way to see it is that probably they haven't delivered so far in terms of the bloc, and I think this needs to be recognized. But at the same time, we need to, sort of Trudy was saying, give the possibility of countries that have a purpose to be an alternative and to cooperate. We don't need to demand more in terms of glue. I think the glue has changed over the past year for this group. We'll have to see whether it's still glue in the coming years with more members. And I think here there are two comments. In terms of the membership, there are some countries within the bloc that have different perspectives on cautions, for instance, Brazil. And not, for instance, one of the priorities would be about how to establish the new membership of the group. And in terms of the currency, I think this is a topic for a long-term perspective. I think it's very legitimate to look for ways to reduce costs of transactions. But from the private sector perspective, it's not something that would happen from one day to the other. It's relevant to discuss, but there are many other priorities before that.
Yeah, very good. I think we are out of time, so sorry. Or if you have 10 seconds, please.
Okay, answer your question. The challenging depends how you define it. In terms of NDB, that's the first international organization initiated by developing countries. Yeah. In that sense, you may challenge it, but doesn't mean you want to turn down existing international institutions. as I said yesterday, they made some contribution. They play important role to keep world peacefully in 80 years, past 80 years. That's something positive. We don't want to turn down all existing international economic order.
So we started with the discussion of saying, is it a geoeconomic experiment? I think it's much more than this. It's a real reality for the world of business. And I think it's great that we have the possibility here to bring that together. Aussi un grand merci à la World Policy Conference de mettre le monde du business et le monde politique ensemble. So many thanks for your attention and a great thank you to this panel. Thank you.
Well, dear Anwar, you are the first speaker ever in this conference who was applauded before speaking. And I'm sure that it will be the same after. I think this is the fourth time that we have this dialogue. I thank you very much for that, and I thank you also once more because, as all our friends know, the fact that we have held this conference here in Abu Dhabi in the last 4 years is due to you. Thank you very much. So now the situation, the world situation, the global situation, unfortunately, has not improved much since our last dialogue. But I am happy to see that you smile, which shows, ladies and gentlemen, that there is still hope. I suggest that we start, of course, with the situation in this region. The collapse of Bashar al-Assad took many of us by surprise. It happened even though we knew that the general context had weakened his own position, of course. But events went very far, and it seems that this has once more changed the whole game, if I can say so. So my first natural question is, what is your assessment of the new situation, particularly from the viewpoint of Iran? Iran seems to be very severely weakened. What does it mean? What does it mean in terms of prediction with the new Trump administration? And what does it mean from the viewpoint of the security of this region, particularly the Gulf in general, and of course the Emirates in particular? A simple question to start.
Thank you very much. I was actually smiling because we start always by saying that that the world is really, chaotic and precarious, etc. And I think it keeps us busy, and also it gives us also variety because it's not the same issue every year. But I want to say that what we are seeing in the region, and even prior to Assad's fall, is really a geostrategic earthquake. And I think it'll take some time for us to understand the dimensions of the geostrategic earthquake. I think there are common sense prescriptions that we in the UAE very much subscribe to, but I'll come to that. But I think today, looking at the situation in Syria, and this is dynamic, it's unfolding, and as we speak today, our Foreign Minister, Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed, is in Jordan with the Arab Contact Group of various Arab countries, trying to also keep up also with events in Syria and try and sort of ensure that these developments are basically stabilized in the region. I would say vis-a-vis Syria, there are three important keywords. I think number one is hope, number two is concern, and number three is opportunity. I think the hope is that the Syrians finally will be able to build a system that can encompass all of them and able to move forward because the Syrians are a very talented people, as we have seen with huge success stories everywhere in the world. So I think this is very important. I think for them, what is extremely important is for them to overcome their tortured history And if you really look at the history of Syria, since independence in 1946, it is really a history of coups and a history of military interventions and a history of conflict and wars. And in the last 54 years of the Assad family rule also, this has been even more difficult in terms of the pictures of we have seen of prisons, etc. It's not that we didn't know they existed, but I think the actual imagery is so powerful. So I think the first thing we would say is hope. And the hope is that basically the lessons of the past, number one, of basically marginalizing components within Syrian society has failed. Lesson number two of an economy that has been insulated but corrupt also has failed. And of course, lesson number three is foreign intervention in Syrian affairs. I mean, there's an important book by Patrick Seal, long time ago, which was about the Arab Cold War in Syria. And I think we've seen a repetition of that recently with various actors being important players in Syria, regional and international. I think lesson number two is concern. And the concern here is this is a dynamic situation. And the dynamic situation is we hear some, what I would say, some reasonable and rational language about unity, about not imposing a system on all Syrians, etc. But on the other hand also, our concern also is the nature of the new forces that are coming in. And the affiliation with the Brotherhood, the affiliation with Al-Qaeda, and I think these are all, these are all indicators that are quite worrying. So I think we have also to be optimistic on the one hand and help the Syrians in the difficult task that is at hand today. And it really is a monumental difficult task. But at the same time, I think we can't also ignore that the region has seen these episodes before. So clearly, we do need also to be on guard to look at that. I think the third issue is opportunity. So every crisis, as you know, has opportunities there. So various things, I mean, again, I hope that Iran, from events in Syria and Lebanon, understands that its foray into the Arab world through militias, etc., does not bring security to Iran. And that this will be a call for Iran to concentrate really on what I would call reasonable and rational concerns about its national security and about also its domestic economy and its about own plans, etc. I think on the other hand, this is also an opportunity for the Arab world to extend a hand to Syria and help to rebuild what is a devastated country long before the events of the last week. So this is also an opportunity. I think also if we think in terms that this is going to be a reincarnation of the adventures, brutal adventures of ISIS, or a repeat of the Arab Spring, then I think we have another episode of conflict in the region. And that is why I think we should really learn from the lessons of the last 10, 15 years and understand that as Syria moves forward, only a comprehensive approach that will include all Syrians, will include also the social fabric, will include the religiosity of Syria, but at the same time, its secular face to live together. I think this is extremely important.
But when you say we should take the lessons of our mistakes,
collective region, I think
the region.
We is collective region, the Arab world, those of us who are interested in Syria. I think we can't but learn from the episodes that we have seen in many years. And I think from that perspective also, even as our relations in the Arab world, the UAE and other countries in the Arab world are improving with Iran, we hope also that Iran learns that to come back and to try and reincarnate a program of regional expansion based on militias, based on sectarianism, is not really in the good of the region or in the good of Iran itself. I have a word also here for Israel, which I think is extremely important. Using also the crisis in Syria to structurally degrade Syria's capabilities might seem as a sensible thing from an Israeli practical point of view. But I think it's dumb politics, to be honest, because this is a new Syria that is creating itself, and you should have sent a different message. I don't say a message of, peace, because we're not there yet, but I think definitely a different message here. So we do need to learn. We do need to learn, and I've always said that the war that we have seen in the region over the year plus since the Hamas brutal attack on Israeli civilians, the war has been mainly driven by extremists on both sides. This is not a war that was propagated by the Arab state system. This was a war that was driven by players like Hezbollah and Hamas and the right wing, far right wing also of Israeli politics. So we also need to come back rationally and take politics to the center. Politics to become a little bit more moderate, leave and stay away from these big ideological projects, because it is these ideological projects are the ones that took the region like a car crashing at 200 kilometers into a wall.
You like cars.
Well, yeah.
Well, can we concentrate a little bit further on Iran?
Yeah.
Because Iran, of course, is at the center of the game from all the aspects of the question. What would you drive you to believe that they would move toward a more centrist position?
I think the first thing I want to say is, what is the current state of Iran's relations with many of the Gulf countries, including the UAE? And I would say that it is perhaps in the best state for many, many years. In the past many, many years, we have seen a rapprochement between Iran and between various Gulf states, and this is, in my opinion, a very positive thing. In my opinion, this is something that Iran is also eager to maintain and keep. At the same time, as I said, the events in Syria are fast moving, but you can clearly see, looking at the Iranian press and the Iranian political scene, that there are actually different conclusions. And in my opinion, reading that, I would say that everybody's conclusion to the developments that we're seeing today is moderation, de-escalation, realism in politics, and concentration on internal economic development and what makes people's lives actually improve, what improves their lives. So the idea basically is, as we look at these events and assess them, I am sure that assessment is also in the Iranian side, in the Israeli side, and so on and so forth. And, you know, my view is we need to learn from the lessons of the region. If we keep doing the same thing we have done, or some keep doing the same thing they have done before, they will end up with the same results. So we really need a different course, a course that concentrates on geoeconomics, a course that concentrates basically on de-escalation and understanding that there are political views that we will differ on, but we need to navigate and control them. I think this is something that is important.
So that's, of course, very extremely interesting, but so what you are saying is that you do not exclude the fact that Iran might be ready to start this de-escalation game, this de-escalation strategy. You do not rule that out. But then a key actor to help for that, of course, would be the United States and President Trump. So President Trump surprised all of us during his first term with the Abraham Accords, which I think are generally recognized as a big diplomatic success. So could you consider something more or less equivalent to the Abraham Accord, but this time that would include Iran?
Well, again, I mean, that is really, you know, that I think number one is, you know, for Iran to decide. But I think what is extremely important is the reasoning I have given becomes even more pertinent and important because also President Trump is there. So clearly, Iran's relations with the Arab world, with countries like ours, becomes even more important for Iran, more important also for us. I think we should use this period to work along that. On the Abrahamic Accords, I feel that the Accords have gone through a very difficult, turbulent period with all the events that are happening. It's held, and in my opinion also, that with the coming also of President Trump, the Accords will you know, continue being what I would call a platform for greater cooperation in the region, you know, economic, etc., like many of the projects like the EMIC project, etc., that we have seen. So clearly, we don't really know what the new American policy will be. We have glimpses of it based on, you know, based on President Trump's first term and based on different statements, etc. But again, vis-a-vis the region, I think as we see and as we seek more American leadership in the region, I think we also in the region have a responsibility to work at not repeating past mistakes, to work at trying to sort of understand that the region is very difficult for one ideological view to be superior. So we have to accept that the region has to reach an equilibrium, and that equilibrium, as I said, is about common sense, about in Syria, as I said, understanding very clearly that you do need an approach that is all-encompassing. In Gaza, making sure that you know, you cannot negate the idea that you do need a Palestinian state, and we have to work very, you know, I know that in today's conditions it's very difficult, but I think this is how we have to revive the idea basically of an independent Palestinian state. In Lebanon, also creating, you know, recreating through the efforts of the Lebanese, of course, because nobody can engineer this again, but recreating again the prospects of a nation state controlling its border, controlling weapons in its border, and controlling its own, let's say, economic and social destiny. I think that's very important.
Well, all this is, of course, very coherent, optimistic in a sense that under the chapter hope, but I would like to play the role of the devil's advocate for a second, because one can never build a strategy without taking at least some more negative scenarios. I'm thinking now of a recent conversation here a few weeks ago. Many things a lot will also depend on Israel, of course. And in Israel, the prime minister is still Mr. Netanyahu. And Mr. Netanyahu is going to face also big choices. He may believe that the time has come for big wins. No, for instance, I understand that he said recently that the Golan Heights should now be permanently occupied. That means almost annexed by Israel. They speak also of annexation of the West Bank. It's something that one hears very often. And he might be tempted by solving in court the Iranian nuclear issue, maybe with the support of the United States. So, and Trump, after all, might also be tempted to choose that option. So, and common sense is not enough to make a judgment on which course Trump will choose. So can we go a little bit further, including a less pleasant scenario where Israel, in this case, would push in a quite different direction?
Well, I think here there's a couple of comments that I have. I think number one is working in a field like foreign policy and international relations, you always have to be optimistic. Otherwise, you can't come with a gloomy view of developments, etc. I think that optimism has to always be there, of the ability of diplomacy to unlock what seems sometimes closed doors or closed prospects. Having said that, we do have always also to plan for the worst. And as I said here, I mean, the idea basically of a repeat in Syria, for example, of something that is led by al-Qaeda, or so that is led by the Brotherhood, or somebody who thinks that there is a repeat of a Muslim Brotherhood era, I think this will all lead us to another crisis in the region. So I think clearly this is a warning sign, because we've gone through it. And I think this is very important. Vis-a-vis, of course, Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu, I think the lesson also that we have is military success without a political conclusion in the region and in history has always been an elusive mirage. So clearly the idea basically is, with Israel's military success at a huge humanitarian cost in Gaza, with Israel's defeat of Hezbollah, with the fall of Assad, there has to be a political conclusion. Without that political conclusion, these defeats themselves will create new crisis in many ways. So I think this is extremely important. And while Prime Minister Netanyahu has been able to fashion the military success, I don't think he will necessarily be able to fashion the political conclusion. And this is where the international community has to come in. And I think that the Trump administration also understands these facts. I mean, even with President Trump's declared support for the state of Israel and its security, I think also he's a realist. And from that realism, I think we need to see more American leadership in this area. I think what we need to do today, in the wreckage of the war of the year plus since October last year, I think in that wreckage, the lesson is, let us not recreate the wreckage again. The lesson is we need to take that wreckage, as bad as it is, and to try and find political conclusions in many ways. Some will be relatively clearer, as in Lebanon, not easier, but clearer, because here we have a 1701 agreement, and we have the necessity of electing a president, and the necessity of basically controlling the arms within the Lebanese military. We have a better game plan here, or we have a better view as the international community and regionally. In Israel-Palestine, it's more difficult, but it's clear. And the clarity here is you do need two states. In Syria, again, very difficult, dynamic events that are going on, but you need a system that would, number one, preserve Syria as one country, will encompass all of Syria's components, and will be a just system that can actually create opportunity. I'm not saying it's easier, but let us not go back and repeat the same lessons, because we'll end up with the same results.
Well, I propose to conclude by going back to Syria, where we started. I like, of course, your optimism, but it's not a naive optimism. I understand very well that it is a constructive optimism. So let us assume what you are saying is that the region, of course, itself should be the actor number one, and that the others should help, in various ways. The US, of course, in a prominent way, but perhaps also the Europeans. I mean, you can help
definitely
to moving into that direction. So let us assume, to conclude, that we are actually moving in that direction, which would be a great success in itself, a huge success. Do you think that that would help solving the problems in Lebanon? Because that is solving the Syrian issue a prerequisite for solving the Lebanese issue, and would Lebanon follows the fate of Lebanon follow a resurrection of some sort of Syria?
Yeah. No, I think the optimism really reflects our approach in the UAE. So on one hand, we have to sort of bring that optimism. We have to include Iran and Turkey into also the sort of discussion that takes place. But at the same time, we also, all the three issues are basically Arab issues with repercussions on various countries. So there is, I would say, an Arab consensus on this. So I think the optimism is more about avoiding the pessimism that is lurking right there behind, which as we saw, the complications of these issues. But then again, if you don't have the will of the Lebanese, it'll be very difficult for you to do anything in Lebanon, for example. I think all the Arab world today, the international community, France, the United States, everybody is in agreement that Lebanon now has turned the page. Now the issue, of course, the will of the Lebanese is extremely important. Syria, I think, is a bit too early, but we are sending, as I said, through our discussion, these signals that it has to be encompassing everybody. It has to build a system that everybody is comfortable with. It has to break away from Syria's traditional tortured history, as I mentioned. This has to be something new. But if we want to really repeat things that we have done before, I think we will have a crisis there. And again, in the case of Israel, Israel today is emerging with important military successes. But is Israel capable, working with others, in turning these into political successes on the Palestinian front and on the front of two countries that are next to them? So I think these are the things that we need to do. The optimism really is more of a roadmap. But at the same time, I think we also have to be aware that there are many sinister forces today that still live in a sort of ideological bubble and want to recreate their dream, which is, over the years has failed not once, but has failed many, many times.
Well, Anwar, you represent humanly what I would call enlightened wisdom. And, but, you know, it's not only enlightened wisdom, because you're also a man of responsibility. You are an intellectual, but you are also a man of action. And I think that enlightened wisdom, when it is combined with action, is the best one could expect from statesmen. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.